9 that it happened. We're going to talk to the CEO of Old Glory Bank about his bet, $100,000 bet with the CEO of Bank of America to prove that you did not shut down Trump's accounts. Bo French is the head of the GOP in Texas. We'll be talking with Bo in just a few minutes. Stick around for that. 888-971-SAGE. I'm Larry Elder.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, doctors Economos, Gavalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidiscipline practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930, 630-830-4930, or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play.
Israel is ready to escalate the war in Gaza. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
In order to assure our security, remove Hamas there.
That's what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told Fox. And then last night, the Israeli Security Cabinet approved the plan to take over Gaza City while also increasing food and other aid to Palestinians. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee also tells Fox
Hamas is not going to stay. They can't have a future in Gaza. And quite frankly, Martha, to do anything else would be like leaving the Nazis in Germany after World War II.
The goal is to free the remaining hostages, though some families of those still held in Gaza are protesting the new war plan, fearing hostage deaths, wanting a ceasefire instead. Palestinian officials say the war has killed more than 60,000 people and displaced civilians. Today's the deadline President Trump had set for Russian leader Vladimir Putin to stop the war in Ukraine or face new economic sanctions. He now says,
"We're going to see what he has to say. It's going to be up to him. Very disappointed."
White House officials are optimistic that a meeting between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin will happen, and that it could happen as soon as next week. We are learning new details this morning. Sources familiar with the negotiations tell Fox that a Trump-Putin summit was in the works as early as this coming Monday. Rome was considered as a destination. Other countries are in the mix as well.
That's Fox's Madeline Rivera. The standoff over a congressional redistricting in Texas could escalate unless Democratic lawmakers who left the state to block a vote come back. But yesterday, State Rep Mihaela Palisa told Fox,
"I will not return to Texas by tomorrow. This is much bigger than Texas."
Republican Attorney General Ken Paxton just told Fox,
"Dustin Burrows, our speaker, has given them a deadline of showing up today. They show up today, we're all happy. We can get our business done, and everybody's good. If they do not show up, we will be in an Illinois courtroom."
Threatening jail and/or trying to remove the lawmakers from office. That redistricting could give Republicans 5 more House seats in the 2026 elections. America's listening to Fox News.
Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now.
It's time to take the quiz.
It's 5 questions in less than 5 minutes. We asked people on the streets of New York City to play along. Let's see how you do.
What is the name of the coffee shop in the sitcom Friends?
Mel's Diner.
Central Perk. The answer? Central Perk.
Either way, you can always try again tomorrow. Take the quiz every day at thequiz.fox, then come back here to see how you did.
And thank you for taking the quiz.
Honoring those already honored. Yesterday was Purple Heart Day, that military decoration for those wounded or killed in action.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth releasing a video in honor of the more than 1.8 million service members who have received the Purple Heart.
Each one of them sacrificing for us, for our country, and for our security.
Hegseth was joined on the video by Assistant Defense Secretary Sean Parnell, who received the Purple Heart while serving in Afghanistan. Parnell saying Purple Heart recipients represent the best of America, and that we owe them the fulfillment of this goal.
To build a nation worthy of their sacrifice, where every citizen stands a little taller because they showed us how.
Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
President Trump is taking action to clamp down on something he says happened to him. The debanking of conservatives, taking action days after saying after his first term in office, J.P. Morgan Chase had told him they no longer wanted his business and he had to move his money to smaller banks.
An executive order threatens fines and other actions against banks and financial institutions denying service based on political or religious beliefs. Conservative organizations and individuals have complained of being rejected by banks because of political animus. Large financial institutions deny those accusations, and some, including J.P. Morgan Chase and Bank of America, have signaled support for President Trump's order. The executive order directs federal banking regulators to remove reputational risk from debanking guidance. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Another Trump executive order could give Americans more options for their 401ks, from private equity to real estate to cryptocurrency. The president maintains most retirement accounts are too restrictive, with regulatory overreach hindering growth. On Wall Street, stock futures are rising after a mixed day. The NASDAQ closed at a record high, but the Dow dropped 224 points. I'm Dave Anthony, and this is Fox News.
Jenny McGuire is the fresh, bold, unapologetic voice of common sense, constitutional values, and conservative principles. With her sharp wit, she'll tackle the issues that matter most: faith, family, and freedom. Join her and featured guests each week on the Unsafe Space radio show, heard Saturday evening at 7 right here on AM 560 The Answer. And follow Jenny on Facebook at The Unsafe Space with Jenny McGuire.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-458-9469. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-458-9469. 800-458-9469. 800-458-9469.
I'm worried about Mom. She's having a tough time moving around the house.
Oh, I know. She still thinks she can do everything on her own.
Exactly, but I've been over there every day this week, helping her navigate the stairs, cooking meals, reminding her to take her medicine. I'm always nervous when I leave.
You know what? I admire you for taking care of Mom. But your family needs you too. And what if she slips and falls? A friend recommended the caregivers at Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. They service Cook, DuPage, Kane, and Will counties. They guarantee compatibility, and they'll conduct a free safety assessment of her home. Plus, they'll provide as little or as much care as Mom needs.
Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest, offering both hourly and live-in care. Schedule a free assessment today by calling 331-281-0728. That's 331-281-0728. Again, that's 331-281-0728. And tell them AM 560 sent you. Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. Senior care, only better.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings brings. Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners. All-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
The biggest AM 560 event of the year is coming to Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove on Friday, August 22nd. It's Sean Fest 2025. Join hundreds of fellow AM 560 listeners for the summer's best party. Be a part of the on-location broadcast with Sean Thompson, followed by live music, photo opportunities, food and dessert trucks, and it's all free. Registration is requested at 560theanswer.com/SeanFest. Sponsored in part by Fox Valley Coins and by MyVirago.com.
It's August 8th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is International Cat Day, put together in 2002 by the International Fund for Animal Welfare to celebrate arguably the most popular pet on the planet. Also on this date in 1974.
Therefore, I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
The Watergate scandal forces President Nixon to announce that he would leave office. The first president to do so, he would step down the next day.
Vice President Ford will be sworn in as president at that hour.
Sonia Sotomayor is the first Hispanic justice to serve on the U.S. Supreme Court when she's sworn in 2009. An EF2 tornado touches down in Brooklyn, New York, the first in that New York City borough since 1889. And 99 years later, temperatures hit 88 degrees in the city. On this date, 8/8/88. I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Hi, it's Scott Tucker, host of Retirement Dakota with Scott Tucker. Heard on AM 560 on Sundays at 8 a.m. and again at 5 p.m. I want to offer you a free copy of my latest book, Escape Illinois, Should I Stay or Should I Go? To get your free copy of my latest book, Escape Illinois, Should I Stay or Should I Go? Just go to retirementdakota.com. That's retirementdakota.com. And please listen every Sunday at 8 a.m. and again at 5 p.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
The following advertisement includes a celebrity impersonation.
The summer heat in Chicagoland is no joke. And if your old air conditioner is making funny noises, you may already know it's time for a new unit.
Look, your air conditioner, it's a disaster. People are telling me it's the worst ever.
Don't sweat it, literally. When it comes to cooling your home, Air Right Heating and Cooling does it the best.
And they love our country. Beautiful people.
Rebates are still available. Financing is flexible. And at Air Right, installations are smooth and professional with no surprises.
It's beautiful. Some people say it's the coolest air anyone's ever felt. I don't know. That's just what they're saying. It's doing an incredible job. Really tremendous.
Plus, tell them AM 560 sent you and Air Right will give you $56 off any service. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling, doing it right since 1959.
Be prepared for tax changes in 2025. Without a solid strategy, you could risk losing more of your hard-earned savings than necessary. VestGen Wealth Partners can help develop proactive tax plans designed to help keep more money in your pockets. Visit GetRetiredStayRetired.com for a free review.
Advisory services offered through VestGen Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Securities offered through Private Client Services, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC. Private Client Services and VestGen Advisors, LLC are unaffiliated entities. Any information discussed does not constitute investment advice. VestGen Advisors and Private Client Services do not offer tax legal advice.
Experience a luxurious summer when you visit Trump International Hotel and Towers, Chicago, a Forbes Travel Guide 5-star hotel. Take in stunning views of the Chicago skyline from the heart of the city, steps away from the iconic Magnificent Mile and the revitalized Riverwalk. Treat yourself to exquisite dining at Terra 16 Restaurant and Rebar Lounge, overlooking the Chicago River and Lake Michigan. Catch the Navy Pier fireworks display from Terra 16's patio on Wednesdays and Saturdays all summer long. Relax in immaculately designed suites that offer the utmost level of comfort. Refresh in the state-of-the-art spa featuring a 75-foot swimming pool, steam and sauna rooms, relaxation lounge, and more. The Trump Hotel Chicago offers sophistication and elegance to downtown Chicago and is a convenient travel destination for your summer getaway. Simply visit Trump Chicago online to make your reservations today and search offers to find the never settle summer stay. Book today.
Perhaps you're a collector, or perhaps all of a sudden you have a collection. Maybe it's an inheritance. How do you know what it's worth? This is Sean Thompson for Donley Auction. The market for antiques and collectibles is changing all the time. What is your collection worth right now? Well, I've got an easy way to find out. It's simple. You contact Donley Auctions. With their worldwide audience of live and in-person auctions, they have a good idea of how to tell you exactly what it's worth at exactly right now. They're ready to put top dollar in your pocket. The bigger the collection, the better. Go to DonleyAuctions.com and get the info on all things that they buy and sell to have an idea of exactly what Donley does and how much they need your collection. They have so many buyers, it's a great time to sell. Just simply make a phone call. Donley has traveled all over the country to pick up collections. Just call and talk to the people at Donley Auctions at 815-923-7000. Donley Auctions is your trusted partner in turning your collections into cash. DonleyAuctions.com.
This is Jerry Boyer for Townhall.com. In just a few weeks, the PCUSA, America's largest Presbyterian denomination, is set to pressure companies into supporting abortion. How? By using its pension plan assets to file shareholder proposals demanding that companies support employee abortion access and divest from pro-life states like Idaho. The PCUSA is using church funds to push abortion activism. Once a major voice in American faith, the denomination now looks more like a Planned Parenthood proxy than a church. This is the economy of death, and it's being funded by the faithful, whether they know it or not. If you're a PCUSA member, it's time to ask the hard questions. Demand answers from the pension managers. Why are church dollars being used to promote abortion instead of the gospel? Real stewardship starts with speaking up. I'm Jerry Boyer.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today, expect clouds to give way to sunshine. It'll be breezy, hot, and humid with a high of 91. Tonight will be mainly clear, warm, and humid with a low of 75. Tomorrow, anticipate hot weather with sunshine mixing with some clouds. It'll be breezy in the afternoon with a high of 92. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Here we are, AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris Kroc filling in for Dan Proft. Dan is back Monday. Always love being on in my hometown of Chicago. We got so much stuff going on, particularly the redistricting, and it's really incredible. As you know, if you've been hearing me from time to time over the past month and a half filling in for Dan from Dallas, Texas, my home for the past 15 years. But I'm also very happy to say that I'll be in Chicago in a week and a half because I decided to go on a spontaneous trip to spend time with my folks. So I'll be back again very soon. And but what's fascinating to me is here I sit in Texas and watching my Governor Greg Abbott, watching my Attorney General Ken Paxton, watching one of my senators, John Cornyn, all going to town on the Texas Democrats who have fled. And where have they fled? I ask you again, where have they fled? Oh, to Chicago. So this is wild to me. I have a state representative who was on fake news CNN twice, who had been on my show in the Dallas-Fort Worth area before, and he whooped the crap out of these elitist fake news CNN hosts. He is going to call out Governor Pritzker. He is going to call out the Texas Democrats and deliver a message to them in Chicago through Chicago's Morning Answer this morning. And I couldn't be more pleased with that in the 8 o'clock hour. So we'll be having that then. But I want to get into this now. Look at how rigged this whole thing is. J.B. Pritzker, who swore in 2018 that he would not do redistricting, that he would not blow it up unless there was an independent commission. He refused to play games or gerrymander with the great state of Illinois and the districts. And then he got elected. And at first he said, I still strongly will not do anything. We must have an independent commission. And then shortly thereafter, it was all a lie. Yes, I have it right here from the Daily Wire. He said in 2018, we should amend the Constitution to create an independent commission. But in the meantime, I would urge Democrats and Republicans to agree to an independent commission to handle creating a new legislative map. And then in January 2021, he reiterated. His spokesman said Pritzker has been clear. He will veto a partisan map. Oh, but let's see. How many months between January and April? Let's see. February, March, April. 3 months later. Oh. Then he lied and he changed his mind and rigged the state of Illinois to be one of the most crooked, actually one of the most crooked, if not the most crooked in the entire country, state that is, in the entire country, rigging and gerrymandering districts to the point where it is comedy, where Stephen Colbert points this out. Hey, by the way, guys, has Dan played the Stephen Colbert thing? I'm sure he has. When Pritzker was on there and asked about, yeah, of course he has. That's why I figured I wouldn't play it for you guys because everybody's heard it ad infinitum by now. To the point where even Stephen Colbert, the disgrace and the joke, would show this map and mock him. And he would have nothing to say. In Fake News NPR, he was on the other day. I'm going to play that one. Actually, I'll play it for you right now. Here he is. Big Boy, I call him. He's Big Boy. He is Big Boy, B-O-I. Big Boy is on NPR. Fake News NPR. And listen to him.
The question that faces Texas, and the one that I want to ask you is, has redistricting resulted in fair representation for the minority party in your state?
You know, just because you've got more Democrats than Republicans elected doesn't mean that it's an unfair map. The fact of the matter is that there were competitive elections in 2022, which is the first election we had after the map was drawn, and Democrats won those seats. Furthermore, I just point out that, you know, these same Republicans who are complaining about the way maps are drawn in Democratic states, they're the ones drawing maps in their states that are quite unfair. It isn't the case, though, let's be clear, that just because you have more of one party than another in a state, that's an unfair map. And in Illinois,
just because you have more Democrats than Republicans, wait till you hear the numbers, does not mean it's unfair. What JB, Big Boy, is complaining about here, Big Boy is complaining about, my margin is so fat and wide, not too off from him, my margin is so fat and wide between how many people voted for Trump in this state versus how many are represented in this state as a Republican congressional district, it's so far and wide and massive compared to any state in the United States of America that Texas, who has almost, compared to Illinois, parity that will never be achieved in Illinois, to a balance of the proper amount of Republicans represented and Democrats represented and districts represented. But it's not okay. I must have such a wide margin of Democrats instead of Republicans, even though there's 44% Republicans in this state voting Trump in Illinois. I must have so fat and wide one. That's how it's fair. When I have 4-1 rigged over them, which is how it's been at least, then it's fair. But when they get closer, where instead of 4-1, now it's 4-2, we can't have that. We need it rigged like it's been.
Republicans have every opportunity to run for and win office. They don't win here because their ideas are bad.
They don't win here. So that's why we are screwed in Republican seats in the state of Illinois, because their ideas are bad. Because somehow the state of Illinois, 44% of everybody voting in Illinois voted for Trump in 2024, but yet somehow their candidates for Congress are so bad. Oh my gosh, they're so bad. I can't believe it. They're so bad. They can't win. But Trump, 44%. The rest of the Republicans, it's their ideas. They're so bad. Even if they're the same ideas as Trump's, they're so bad.
And by the way, they're about to lose elections in 2026 because of the big ugly bill, because of the policies of Donald Trump, and they're trying to change the game. Indeed, they're trying to cheat midstream.
Okay, this is look. I've been doing this job as a talk show host. I've been doing this for full time on air for 20. This is my 25th year, and the ability for him to say that and such a massive, colossal, otherworldly lie and pretend to come across like that is remarkable. You have to give it to him. That is remarkable. The performance right there. Let's go to the facts. If you want to chime in, by the way, lines wide open. 312-642-5600, 312-642-5600. Do you want our great state of Texas, where I'm sitting, to come into my hometown of Chicagoland and my home state of Illinois? Do you want our folks via the FBI to come put the freaking clink cuffs on the Democrat turds who have fled like cowards? And if you're watching me on our live stream on the Chicago's Morning Answer on YouTube, you have to look now, because here's what the Democrats do. The Democrats from Texas who say, we're fighting. I kind of think about, remember, if you know the story in the Bible about God says to, can't remember which one it was, but he said to, was it Abraham? He said, turn around and run, get the hell out of the towns, I can't remember, Sodom and Gomorrah, whatever. Run, turn your back, do not look back, run like hell, and don't look over your shoulder, because I'm going to destroy that city, because it's so wicked. So envision that, where you're running, if you're watching me on Facebook Live, or I don't know what you call it, our Chicago's Morning Answer YouTube Live, you're running, and you're looking over your shoulder. That's what you call fleeing. And that's what the Texas Democrats did. They fled. Now, if you're looking at the YouTube live stream on Chicago's Morning Answer, just go to YouTube and put in Chicago's Morning Answer and look at me now, and I'm swinging like Rocky, even though I suck at this. I'm swinging. That's how you fight. So one way is to run. The other way is to fight. The Democrats fled. They're not fighting. They fled. Fleeing is not fighting. So that's what they did. They fled. But I want to know if you want the FBI under Kash Patel, who has been asked by Senator John Cornyn. John Cornyn's a joke, by the way. And Ken Paxton's going to beat him. He's got a massive lead in the great state of Texas. Then we'll have a pair of cojones on both of our senators. But John Cornyn, because he's in such a bad way with his reelection campaign, he won't win. He has asked the FBI to come in and put the clinks on these fleeing cowardly Texan Democrats, and to cuff them, stuff them, and to extradite them back to Texas. Is that what you want? Do you want our FBI to come do that? I do. How do you feel about this? Do you feel they should be cuffed and stuffed and dragged back? Second of all, J.B. Pritzker, big boy, says he's going to get in between the Texas Democrats, the cowards who fled, and the FBI if they come to cuff. We're going to protect him. And then I love how he says, you can't, it's not illegal for Texas Democrats to come visit us. They're not visiting you. They're fleeing. They're hiding. They're absconding. But let's go back to the numbers. This is real quick, and then we'll go to Bob's call in Buffalo Grove, where I lived for a big chunk of my life growing up in Chicagoland. It was Lindenhurst, Buffalo Grove, but I went to Wheeling High School. Wheeling, man. Wheeling. And then they moved on to Naperville and on to the city, back to the city. But here we go. Trump, this is what's crazy. You have to hear this. Nobody has put this together. I know that you might not be a fan of Karl Rove. Most of us aren't. But he wrote a powerful column in the Wall Street Journal. Trump, in the state of Illinois, received 44% of the vote in 2024. Yet, 82% of the state's U.S. representatives are Democrats. 44 for Trump, 82 for Democrats in the congressional districts. It is literally a 38% point spread. That is the most rigged state in the country. And he is saying, I need to cheat more. He has cheated so badly that there's almost nothing left to rig. Isn't this profound? He has cheated so much. I'm going to go back and rig. You can't rig anything. You've already rigged it all. You can't get blood from a stone, sir. All right, so there's a 38-point spread benefiting Democrats in Illinois. Now, look at this. In New York, you would think New York was worse. It is not. J.B. Pritzker, 38% spread between how many voted for Trump versus how many Democrats control the state with the congressional districts. So 38-point spread. And in New York, it's less. It's 30% spread, 30%. Between 43%, 43% voted for Trump, 73% Democrat congressman. So it's a 30-point spread in New York. Much better, 8% better than Illinois. That's how bad Illinois is. Let's go to California. You would think California would be so bad. Actually, it is. It's a 50-point spread in California. They are so super rigged, and they have more room to rig. But so it looks like California is number one, actually, but Illinois is 38%. Now, what is Texas? What is the spread between Texas? How many voted for Trump versus how many Democrats are in office? Watch this. Only right now, the spread is insane. It's only 10 points. We're almost perfect. We have 56% voted for Trump and 66% House our Republicans. 66%. There's a 10% spread. So Illinois is almost exactly 4 times more rigged than Texas is. And when we do what we're going to do in the state of Texas, we will do it. You know that. We always drag the Democrats back. We show them up. I'm going to tell you how there's some really awesome tactics that we're doing with Democrats who are hiding out in the state of Texas that can get a quorum. But look at this. Once we put it together and get what we want with redistricting, we will still have a 23-point spread. We will be 15 points more fair and truthful and accurate in representing this state. 15% better than J.B. Pritzker after we do the quote-unquote rigging. This man is a profound liar. Those people need to be cuffed, stuffed, and dragged back over to this state, and we're going to put them in a clink, or we're going to put them at their desk to vote. All right, we got Bob in Buffalo Grove. We got George in Naperville. Everybody's calling for where I grew up in and where my parents and I have lived over the years. I love this. It's a tribute. It's a swan song to my days in Illinois. I also want to tell you this coming up next. I've got so much to tell you about this. But what tactics are Governor Greg Abbott and Texas folks going to do to drag in Democrats into the House that are hiding out in Texas? This is great. All that's coming up next. Chris Kroc in for Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Whew, that shot was money, Lisa. Hey, speaking of, did you ever figure out what to do with your parents' old coin collection?
Not yet. I need a reputable dealer to appraise them. I have no clue what they're worth.
I just finished working on my dad's estate collections. I took it all to Fox Valley Coins. Their customer service was the best. Plus, they're super honest and reputable, but most importantly, experienced. They'll give you the best prices.
Really? They handle estate collections?
Absolutely. Buying, selling, appraising, they do it all. It was quick and simple, and we maintained our privacy. Fox Valley Coins made the whole process easy.
That's exactly what I need. Are they local?
Right in Naperville. They have an easy website to remember. FoxValleyCoins.com.
Perfect. Now let's see if you can return this shot.
Whether buying or selling or just want valuation, Fox Valley Coins is your trusted gold and silver dealer. Visit Fox Valley Coins, 1 light north of I-88 on Route 59 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. FoxValleyCoins.com. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
Hey AM 560 listeners, Jeff checking in again from JeffBuysYourHouse.com. What I learned serving our great nation in the military is that every mission is unique and success starts with listening. For nearly 20 years, our veteran-led house buying team has taken the time to understand what matters most to each homeowner we serve. Every home has a story, and every seller has different needs. Whether you want a quick closing or need extra time to find your next place, we customize our approach around what works best for you. That's how we've earned hundreds of 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the BBB, by putting relationships first. No repairs needed, no cleanout required, and you pick the closing date that works best for your schedule. At JeffBuysYourHouse.com, we're here to help you through the entire transition, not just the transaction. Are you ready to work with a local team that takes the time to understand your home selling needs? Sell your house to the trusted source by calling us today at 630-895-9530. That's 630-895-9530 or JeffBuysYourHouse.com.
It's news, opinion, and insight at the speed of your life. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
Good morning. It's 75 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. President Trump is ordering colleges across the country to share admissions data that includes information on student diversity.
Trump signed a presidential memorandum on Thursday requiring colleges and universities to submit the expanded data to the U.S. Department of Education. The memo claims the lack of available admissions data from universities, paired with the rampant use of diversity statements, raises concerns about whether race is considered in admissions. After the memo's release, Education Secretary Linda McMahon said they will now begin collecting admissions data disaggregated by race and sex. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The Israeli Secretary Cabinet has approved a full military takeover of the Gaza Strip.
The office of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says a majority of his security cabinet backed his proposal early Friday to begin the gradual military takeover of the Palestinian territory, beginning with Gaza City. A statement from the Prime Minister says the goal of the takeover is to achieve a decisive victory over Hamas and the return of all the hostages. The statement said the takeover plan would allow for the provision of humanitarian aid to civilians outside the combat zones. There was no mention of when the takeover would begin. I'm Mark Mayfield.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Looking for affordable blind shades or shutters for your home? Don't hire an expensive pro. Check out Blindster.com, where they offer custom-made window coverings at guaranteed low prices with a team of pros ready to help you with every step of the way. Blindster.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next.
Catch more money with leading economist Steve Moore.
I'm excited about America. I think things are going really well. I think we've turned a corner here. I think Biden economics is well behind us now. This is a miracle what's going on here. If anything, it's better than I thought it would be. So many good things happening in the economy. Low inflation, low unemployment rate, consumer confidence up, business confidence up. All of the indicators are pointing north right now.
It's More Money, Saturday at 3 on AM 560. The Answer. The Dinesh D'Souza Podcast, now available on the Salem Podcast Network.
Probably heard, but you don't have to take your shoes off anymore when you go to the airport. This really shows you how stupid government bureaucracy is. One guy takes off his shoes, everybody freaks out, and then for 20 years, all the airlines across the country make tens of millions of people actually pull their shoes off.
Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, Rumble, or at SalemPodcastNetwork.com.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Tony Dreyfus, founder and president of Metropolis Coffee Company and a proud new customer of Signature Bank. We're a 19-year-old specialty coffee roaster located in the heart of Chicago. Some of your favorite restaurants and cafes serve our coffee. As a small business manufacturer, we understand the importance of working with the right bank, and that's why we made the move to Signature Bank. We were tired of the impersonal service that our large bank had provided. A friend referred us to Signature Bank, and their team was on site to understand our operations firsthand. They provided us the working capital to continue our successful business operations and to fuel our ambitions for innovation and growth. We now have the flexibility to grow at our own pace. That personal touch, you can't find that at a large bank, but we found it at Signature, and we can't thank them enough.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality. Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Too often, cremated remains are kept at home, then forgotten. At Queen of Heaven Cemetery in Hillside, we have your cremation options. Come visit our new cremation garden, see our beautiful granite columbariums, or view our elegant indoor glass front niches. These offer sacred, lasting ways to honor your loved one. If cremation is your choice, our memorialization is a forever option. Give them the dignity of a permanent resting place where they'll be remembered for generations. Visit us today, CatholicCemeteriesChicago.org.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today, expect clouds to give way to sunshine. It'll be breezy, hot, and humid with a high of 91. Tonight will be mainly clear, warm, and humid with a low of 75. Tomorrow, anticipate hot weather with sunshine blending with some clouds. It'll be breezy in the afternoon with a high of 92. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer. Chris Crockett for Dan Proft on Chicago's Morning Answer. Okay, do you want our Texas Rangers, actually via the FBI, to come cuff and stuff the Democrats hiding out there? It's crazy. I was telling my wife, this is huge. She was born and raised in Cary, Crystal Lake area. Me, it was Lindenhurst, Buffalo Grove, and then on to, Naperville. But I said, look at this. This is crazy. Here I sit, happening to be in Texas now for 15 years doing talk radio, and then I see them flee to my hometown, and then I see that dirtbag Pritzker with his fat lies, saying this stuff and that. Oh, and we're going to protect them. Really? Are you going to do an ICE thing like the people like you that are pro-illegal? You're going to get in way of ICE? You're going to obfuscate? You're going to get cuffed and stuff? Get out of here, you turd. But anyway, you know the state of Illinois was given an F rating by the independent Princeton, nonpartisan Princeton gerrymandering project. Actually, Illinois appears to be they got an F. Here's their grade. The grade point average for Pritzker, the Democrats, for Illinois and rigging congressional districts is
0.0.
F minus for the state of Illinois. Oh, JB. Oh, we're gonna do this. We're gonna get out of here. Wall Street Journal said the result: Illinois has been districts that have been often nowhere close to the compact or contiguous two criteria traditionally applied to nonpartisan designs. What we're going to do in Texas is, Governor Greg Abbott said this yesterday, we are going to find, he says he absolutely unequivocally believes there are 12, at least a dozen Texas Democrats, if not more, hiding out in Texas. And that we have the Texas Rangers hunting them down, the sergeant-at-arms, hunting these turd cowards down. And I'm going to guess they're being surveilled, and then at some point they're going to corner them. He believes we even have enough to have a quorum to push this through. This is going to go through. We never lose on this. It's the drama that we're watching. I also have something else that's critically important and brilliant. You've heard undoubtedly of Hans von Spakovsky. He is an elections expert and has done massive things for Republicans over the years and decades. He wrote a column in the Daily Signal that breaks this whole thing up wide apart and simplifies it. The reason why Texas is redistricting now, and by the way, there is absolutely zero law saying that you cannot do a redistricting in between the censuses. There is nothing saying that. And Harmeet Dillon, who is the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights in the Trump administration, I'm proud to say she follows me and I follow her on Twitter. She sent a letter to the state of Texas saying you must immediately redistrict. Why? In 2024, the United States Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that when you have a minority-majority district, you cannot take two or more minorities. Like you can't take a Hispanic and black population and put them together to get a minority-majority district, okay? It must be one minority that is 50% or greater. Actually, it must be over 50%. But you have to have one minority. It can't be blacks with Hispanics combined. It has to be blacks or Hispanics or some other minority, a singular one. That ruling just went through the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals last year. And so this is saying you must get in line and do these 5 districts because they are not, by law, they are not minority-majority districts. And therefore, that's why this is going on. So this whole thing is a lie. This is exactly what Texas should do. And the Democrats are mad, particularly like in Illinois and California, where they literally outnumber us 4-1 or 5-1 in the disparity between how many Republicans vote Trump and yet don't have congressional districts. And they don't want it to get closer to parity. They don't. And Texas, when they do this, is still going to be insanely closer to parity than, look at that, we'll be 15 points better in parity congressional representation with presidential voting than Illinois will, and it's still not enough for Big Boy. Let's go to Bob in the great city of Buffalo Grove, where I lived for a long time in my young life. Hey, Bob, how are you?
Real good. Good talking to you. Let me offer a couple of issues. The key one right now is it's still 6 years off, but Illinois is losing population, as you know.
Yes.
I think we're going to probably maybe lose another seat. I did some trivia recently, and do you know in 1930, Illinois had 27 seats? Today, we only have 17.
That's right, because they are fleeing and they're coming to this great state that I'm sitting in Texas, where I can have my firearm on me wherever the hell I go, unless it's a bar, or some public sporting event. There's a few things. We have freedom here.
You in Texas and also Florida will gain more seats.
That's exactly right.
Second thing, let's morph in AI into the discussion. Why can't some computer geek or nerd or whatever draw the map? I'd be interested in seeing somebody draw a computerized map, square districts, keep the cities and towns within the district, and just this is an experiment. See what a AI would come up with the shapes for Illinois and other states, and see what the distribution of Republican Democrat would be. Like
Very
in
interesting.
Illinois. Or let's say the key one that I wasn't aware of is all those northeastern states like Massachusetts.
Right.
It doesn't even have a Republican.
Did you hear this? Listen to this. This is so hysterical and demonstrative as to how much of a joke this whole thing is. Governor Gavin Newsom went to town on this whole redistricting thing and tweeted this out publicly to beclown himself. Ready? He says, red states with 0 Democrat House seats. Actually, he says, oh, cool, I can do that too. Red states with 0, all caps, Democrat House seats. He mentions North Dakota, South Dakota, Alaska, and Wyoming, saying they're gerrymandered because there's no Democrats there. The poor fool doesn't know that in those states, North, South Dakota, both of those, Alaska, Wyoming, only have 1 congressional district. 1. And he says it's gerrymandered because it's not a Democrat. That's how these people are. That's how they think. That's how whether they're ignorant or lying, like J.B. Pritzker, it doesn't matter. We have several lines open at 312-642-5600, 312-642-5600. And let's go to Naperville. George, you're on AM 560. The Answer. Chris in for Dan. Hello. Are you by 75th and 111th?
Yeah, near there.
Yeah, that's
Good
where
morning,
my parents
Chris.
lived. That's where my parents lived for like 20 years. Go ahead.
What I have to say is bag them and tag them and send them back to Texas where they can do what they're supposed to do, those Democrats.
Absolutely. I totally agree. Now, here's a comical thing that I have to tell you. And I know that Ken Paxton's doing everything he can, our Attorney General, who's going to take the seat of John Cornyn. Then we'll have two people that won't be low T. You'll have Ted Cruz and Ken Paxton, unlike the low T Cornyn. But Paxton sent he's now asking officially, he sent a petition to Illinois' 8th Judicial Circuit Court. He is asking the Illinois court in the 8th District to enforce the arrest warrants on the Democrats, their civil arrest warrants, which don't have power as of right now outside of the state of Texas, which is why we can't go. However, the FBI can, and they have agreed to look into this, and maybe they'll do it, which will be exciting. But do you honestly think there's a snowball's chance in hell that some court in Illinois, in the 8th Judicial Circuit Court, is going to literally say, okay, we'll enforce the warrant for you? Do you really think there's one judge? I mean, maybe there would be a Republican judge somewhere that has a pair of stones. But do you really think anybody's going to cooperate with us in Illinois? Come on.
No, that would be astonishing. I don't think that would ever
yes,
happen.
That's exactly right. Thank you for your call, sir.
You're welcome.
Let's go to Glenn in Orlando, Florida. Hello, Glenn.
Good morning, Chris. Yeah, as a former resident of Illinois, and I've left there now. It's been over about 5-6 years now, and I'm in the great state of Florida. The population of Illinois is decreasing every year, and that should be taken into consideration. In addition,
well, if you do the Democrat math on that, if the population of Illinois continues to decline as it has precipitously, you would need to have more seats. They would need to get more seats. The J.B. Pritzker Democrat Party would tell us we are being cheated. Let's say another million flee Illinois in the next several years, which they will. By the way, where I'm sitting in Dallas-Fort Worth, literally, it was published that in the Dallas Morning News with the data and everything, that literally that we are going to overtake. We already overtook San Francisco. We're now the 4th largest media market in the country as far as population for the metropolitan area. And the only city that's bigger than us is New York, LA, and Chicago. And we will when I read this, it was 2, 3, 4 years, 4, 5, maybe 6 years ago. So in about 15 years, we're going to overtake the population of the Chicagoland metropolitan area and be the 3rd largest market in America. That's exactly where you're going with this. But if you apply, and I'm sorry I cut you off, I want you to finish. But what I'm trying to get at though is if you apply the Democrat and Pritzker logic, if Illinois loses another million, which it will eventually in the not too distant future, and loses more seats, they will have to rig it more and somehow create more seats because this can't happen. They won't allow it. They'll say it's rigged. It's cheating. Go ahead with what you're going to say.
What you're saying is the only way the Democrats can win is to cheat. That is their mantra. They have to cheat to win.
I'm not saying that. You know what I'm saying is? Here's what I'm saying. I'm saying the Democrats, it's not the only way they can win to cheat. Whether or not they win, they cheat. What I'm saying is their default is they cheat all the time, everywhere, and then what your statement, you can apply your statement is, so they cheat, that's the premise, that's the baseline, and then after they're cheating, then when they can't win, which they won't, they have to cheat again. But their baseline is cheating.
Yeah, it's just, and the voter rolls are all inaccurate. There's still got dead people on the voter rolls. People that moved out of the state are still on the voter rolls. It's a mess.
Yeah, they only let us vote here once, as far as I'm aware. But I know that in Chicago, if you're a Democrat, you can certainly typically vote for twice. You should, you vote twice, you vote often, right? I appreciate your call, sir. All right, lines wide open at 312-642-5600, 312-642-5600. I want you to hear, we have Ron DeSantis with Trump, about the census and how Florida is going to change their census.
Ron, they include,
I should say change their redistricting based on the numbers of people flooding Florida.
Ron, they include anybody that happens to be in your state.
Well, California would lose like 5 seats if they did a fair census. And even beyond that, the Biden census gypped Florida of at least 1 seat. We only got 1 seat in the last census. Are you trying to tell me that Florida only had 1 seat in that? We should have had at least 2. Texas should have had another one. That could be the difference in the House of Representatives and the majority. So I would love for them to redo the census for 26. My legislature will redistrict those lines. We'll get it to where it's fair. But as it's right now, this country is not fairly apportioned. I've got so many more millions of people in Florida that have representation because of that flawed census.
Mr. President, I think it's going to do very well. A lot of people, I don't know if you've heard about it, it's captivated the country. Everybody wants it. It's going to get in. It's going to pass. And we're going to.
All right, that was fantastic to hear. I really wanted you to hear that part. So we also have this overnight, and this is from WGN. Governor Greg Abbott said earlier Thursday, FBI is tracking down Democrat state lawmakers. Has agreed to look into it, but is tracking them down. Also, there's potential bribery charges for these Texas Democrat cowards who are hiding out there by you in the Chicagoland area. It looks like St. Charles is where they're at. Interestingly enough, I tried to look up because I heard that he was saying they've been staying at the Hyatt, obviously, because that's J.B. Pritzker's, billions and billions of dollars for his family, the empire. And you can't pull it up when you try to look it up. Quite interesting to me. I don't know if they took that off the market to hide things or what. But listen, John Cornyn also said this. The FBI had approved his request for them to help law enforcement agencies track down the Democrats. And in the Trump administration, DOJ, FBI, they will do things that are miraculous compared to what the normal woke, leftist, Democrat-controlled run FBI is. So Cornyn says they approved his request to help. What does that mean? And Governor Abbott says they're helping track him down. Does that mean that you might literally see the feds arrest these cowards in your home state, in your great state, my home state too? I pray, I hope. So that's where we're at on that, and I can't wait to get back into this with Texas Representative Brian Harrison, who was on Fake News CNN. I want to play this for you because it is so good. Here he is. Listen to this. There were 2 separate live hits on Fake News CNN, and both times this Texan who's in North Texas in Dallas-Fort Worth by me, and I've had him on my local show. He literally beat him like a rug, beat him like a redheaded stepchild in Fake News CNN.
Has said so on multiple occasions. Quite frankly, we should have done this during the regular session and had this in the rearview mirror by now.
So then is your objection against Pritzker or Newsom doing the same thing purely that it doesn't advantage your party? That's not consistent.
No, I've never said something like that. You're putting words in my mouth. My objection
you're pointing the finger at them.
Isn't that he's not allowed to do it. My objection is the rank hypocrisy and dishonesty of what he's saying. I'm going to hold this up. Can you see this? Do you see this? I want Pritzker. Did y'all have him on to explain Illinois 13, this pinky-sized finger that goes across the entire state that was 100% drawn for partisan political purposes? But I haven't seen anybody at CNN or pretty much any of the other major networks bringing him on, or the Democrats and his legislator that drew a map with districts that are far more gerrymandered than anything that the House, that the Texas maps that we're contemplating look like here today. So it's rank hypocrisy. That's my problem.
And he whooped their butt. Let's go real quickly. Oh, we lost our caller. Let me finish this off. I was going to go to the caller, but he dropped. Okay, here we go.
Dishonesty and the faux outrage. They're not mad that states are redistricting for partisan purposes. They're mad that a Republican state is doing it.
There you go. Putting the guy to shame. Now, coming up next, this is insane. Dildogate. Actually 2 dildos were thrown on the WNBA court and at the WNBA court last night in Chicago. This literally happened overnight. And then what's funny is yesterday morning I was filling it in Phoenix. And yesterday morning I saw, and we talked about, a guy got arrested for throwing a dildo on the court in Phoenix. Wherever I go on the radio, they're throwing dildos on the court at WNBA. You don't want to miss this. Coming up next, Chris Crock on AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer, WIND, Chicago.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage. Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
Business owners, now's the time for your business to make the move to a locally owned business bank. Hi, Mike Gallagher here to let you know that you don't have to look far. Signature Bank was founded in Chicago with a simple mission to help companies like yours grow, succeed, and thrive. Their decisions are made locally by a terrific team that knows your name, cares about your business, and invests in your success. That's why Signature Bank is my bank. I'm a customer. As business owners, they knew that local family-owned businesses were not getting the help they needed or deserved. So I invite you to reach out to my friends at Signature Bank today. Write the number down. Remember this phone number, Signature Bank, 773-467-5630, and learn all about this great bank, 773-467-5630, or visit them online at signaturebank.bank. That's signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank makes commercial banking personal. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Chicagoland certified financial planning professional Tim Stearns discusses taxes in retirement.
Most people are paying more in taxes and keeping less of their money to live and do what they enjoy. That's why we've put out the retirement tax bill calculator online. You can see with your own eyes just how much you might be overpaying. It's a valuable tool, $500 value, but we made it free for you to view and run your own numbers at MVPCFP.com. That's MVPCFP.com.
To run your retirement tax bill calculator, go to MVPCFP.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Cornerstone Securities, LLC.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
Come home or be locked up? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That is the threat for Democratic Texas lawmakers who left the state to block a vote on congressional redistricting that could give Republicans 5 more House seats in the 2026 elections. Attorney General Ken Paxton tells Fox they'll try today to
get them back to the state of Texas, hold them in contempt, and if they refuse to come, hopefully put them in jail.
There's also an effort to remove the lawmakers from office. Democratic State Rep Mihaela Plisa tells Fox she's not coming back today.
They put redistricting hearings before flood victims on the agenda.
Hamas is calling Israel's new plan to escalate the fight and take over Gaza City a war crime. But U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee just told Fox.
The response is they need to do exactly what the president says. They need to disarm, leave, and never think they have a future in Gaza again. It's absurd that they would even suggest that they're the good guys.
Israel's security cabinets approved the plan that would also include more food deliveries for Palestinians after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told Fox.
People say you can't both release the hostages and eliminate Hamas, and I disagree. I think so far we've shown that we can, and I intend to complete the job.
50 hostages still being held, 20 believed to be alive. Some of their families are protesting this plan, fearing more hostage deaths. President Trump and Russian leader Vladimir Putin may meet as soon as next week. Fox's Madeline Rivera reports.
There's a crucial deadline today. The president has threatened to slap more sanctions on Russia if it did not agree to a ceasefire with Ukraine. The president, though, appears to leave the ball in Putin's court.
Is your deadline still standing for Vladimir Putin to agree to a ceasefire tomorrow, or is that fluid now?
It's going to be up to him. We're going to see what he has to say.
2 Pennsylvania state troopers are recovering the morning after being shot and wounded, responding to a deadly shooting in Thompson, led to a standoff with the gunman.
He continued to be a threat, and he was shot by members of the Special Emergency Response Team.
And State Police Colonel Christopher Parris says he's dead. America's listening to Fox.
Good morning. It's 75 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Governor J.B. Pritzker is disputing a Texas senator who claims the FBI has agreed to help track down Texas Democrats who fled to his state. The Democratic governor called Senator John Cornyn's comments grandstanding.
There is no federal law that allows them to arrest Texas Democrats who are here visiting the state of Illinois.
Cornyn requested the FBI's help on Wednesday, stating that the Texas legislators are potentially in violation of the law. Texas Democrats left their state to stop a vote on redistricting that could give the GOP 5 more seats. The city of Chicago is honoring slain police officer Ella French. French's mother spoke as the street in front of the criminal courthouse was renamed yesterday Honorary Officer Ella French Way.
This location is located in the 10th district of the Chicago Police Department. That was Ella's district. So for me, this choice of location brings Ella's law enforcement career full circle.
French first began her career in law enforcement as a correctional officer at the Cook County Jail nearby. She was shot and killed during a traffic stop in August of 2021 on the south side. A statue of French will be unveiled at Wentworth Park at the end of this month. An investigation is underway after the death of a sailor at the Naval Station Great Lakes in the northern suburbs. Officials say the incident happened Wednesday at the North Chicago facility. A male sailor reportedly died following a shooting at the firing range. The victim hasn't been identified. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Learn more and check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
The biggest AM 560 event of the year is coming to Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove on Friday, August 22nd. It's Sean Fest 2025. Join hundreds of fellow AM 560 listeners for the summer's best party. Be a part of the on-location broadcast with Sean Thompson, followed by live music, photo opportunities, food and dessert trucks, and it's all free. Registration is requested at 560theanswer.com/SeanFest. Sponsored in part by Quick Delivery Service and by MyVirago.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're a different kind of wireless company dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Because let's face it, our needs are different. Big wireless unlimited plans are designed for 20-somethings, not us. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on one thing, bringing you affordable, reliable rate plans that suit your needs, not ours. How do we do that? We start by using the same towers as the big guys, the exact same towers. We then create rate plans designed for your usage. The fact is, we can offer you an unlimited plan with the same network quality for less because we understand how you use wireless services. Our plans start at just $20 a month. And forget trying to chat with robots. You'll get 100% US-based award-winning customer service when you need help. Come find out how wireless should be and join the millions who've made the switch.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Are you turning 65 and thinking about Medicare? Or are you over 65 and haven't enrolled yet because you still have coverage at work? Either way, Medicare done correctly will be the best health insurance you will ever have. Imagine having an annual deductible of only $257. There are only two good things about aging, wisdom and Medicare. But to navigate the Medicare maze properly, you need a mentor. Best part? My guidance costs you nothing. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Medicare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than a decade. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
From the Team Hoffberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens, inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 14 minutes outbound, also 14 minutes. On the Kennedy, inbound from Montrose to the Byrne Interchange, 8 minutes, outbound 10 minutes. On the Eisenhower, inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 13 minutes, outbound 13 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 16 minutes. Outbound is about 15 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound from 95th to the Burn Interchange, 13 minutes. Outbound is 10 minutes. Traffic is a service of Team Hogberg. They've helped thousands of AM 560 listeners with the best rates and service. Let Team Hogberg help you by visiting 56david.com or call 855-563-2843. That's 56david.com, lower.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 1124061. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a quick check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today, expect clouds to give way to sunshine. It'll be breezy, hot, and humid with a high of 91. Tonight will be mainly clear, warm, and humid with a low of 75. Tomorrow, anticipate hot weather with sunshine mixing with some clouds. It'll be breezy in the afternoon with a high of 92. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Destination Retirement with Robert Kuhn. Sunday mornings at 11. Sponsored by Kuhn Capital Partners in Naperville.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
It happened again. There was another dildo thrown. Sorry, I can't talk again. Serious. There was another dildo thrown on the court in a WNBA game. This time in Chicago. There were two of them. One did not make it onto the court. Now we need some help down here. People can't throw it on the court. Some people can, some can't. We have a Zapruder film. There is a Zapruder film equivalent for the WNBA dildo gate. This is the most hysterical thing I have seen in years. One person, had the forethought to bring a neon green dildo to a WNBA game. And at that point, they went to the game, which no one goes to these games, and they whipped the thing out, and it landed on the court, and it went online, and all the social media stuff, and then people went nuts. All of a sudden, you had copycats all over the great country, the great USA. You would see from time to time a dildo hurled onto the WNBA court. This is perplexing, befuddling, and angering and triggering the super woke, super left WNBA enterprise and its minions in there. And they're angry. But to the rest of us, this has become the most funniest thing in the world to watch. Then what's crazy to me yesterday is I'm doing a show in Phoenix. And wouldn't you know it, an 18-year-old young man, was arrested for throwing a dildo. He actually, the sad thing is he tried to get it into the court. He couldn't make it. There reportedly was a second one that was found on the ground. The betting world is now taking bets, and this is where you know the WNBA how much of a joke it is, because the new betting on the dildo betting for what the next color of the dildo is, that is now exceeding the amount of bets and attention. Who is going to throw the next dildo? What's it going to look like? Where? That has the betting odds are much higher on that than they are the actual games now. Here we go. Let me read this properly. Polymarket Sports, the huge betting thing, and they also do they do betting on politicians. We quote this in the races that are coming up and the previous one. So here we go. Breaking from Polymarket Sports: WNBA betting volume on dildos surpasses the betting volume for who will win the game. Excuse me. So more people are betting on dildos and the color of them and where they're going to be thrown and how many than Who's going to win the game by what? This is the WNBA. You would think they would embrace this. There are pictures on social media. If you look at them, you should follow me on social media, by the way, at Chris Kroc Show. That's at Chris Kroc Show, CHRISKROK. Everything I'm talking about is on that feed, at Chris Kroc Show, CHRISKROK. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, etc. Also on YouTube, Truth Social, and such. Some of the accounts are under Kroc Talk Radio, at Kroc Talk Radio, KROKTALK Radio. But anyway, there are new mascots that have been drawn up and proposed. There's an AI mascot drawn up with it's obviously it's a neon lime green, and it is a costume where it's a dildo, man in a dildo suit. And they're saying this should be the new WNBA mascot. Others are saying, I mean, the dildos are flying in from the stands, including last night in Chicago, 2 of them. One of them landed reportedly at the bench of the Dream team, whatever that is, Dream. And then another one made it to the floor. I have the Zapruder film post, by the way. Here, let me play this. There's a 7-second post that shows it from the best possible angle. This just came in from Chicago. I got to pull this one up. Which one is it here? I think this is it right here. Wait, no. Hold on. It is this one. This is a person in the stands, like Zapruder was, just happening to be rolling some video. And they caught it. And they caught it from the right angle because when the WNBA game was being televised, you could barely see a speck on the court. So that's the 7-second Zapruder film of that one. Yesterday, with this guy being arrested in Phoenix, 18-year-old man, for throwing it onto the court, he was arrested, and some people say he's a hero. Some people laugh. Some people think this kid was a riot. We see that it happened in Chicago last night, too. Apparently yesterday they held a guy and interviewed him, but they let him go in Chicago for Dildo Gate. Who is this man to you? Who is this man to you? A man who throws a dildo onto the court at the WNBA game. Is this man a hero to you? Is this man a villain to you? And by the way, here's another big question. Why don't you see this at an NBA game? Why has not one person ever in the history of the NBA that I'm aware of thrown a dildo on the court? But yet it's the WNBA. I have a theory. My theory is because nobody watches the WNBA. Nobody cares about the WNBA. It is a joke. The only reason why anybody watches it or goes to a game is because it has become the WWE, where everybody is attacking and beating up, particularly, what's her name, Caitlin Clark, and all this racially charged garbage, which I want to get to in a minute, because there is a very, very, very good case with civil rights violations for Caitlin Clark in the WNBA, and that's a serious thing I'm actually saying, because that was in the, we call it the Wall Street Journal, a column the other day. So here's what's so funny. This is in the Chicago Sun-Times after the Dildo Gate just happened last night, with the Chicago Sky versus whatever is the Dream, wherever they're from. I don't know. Anyways, so this was the second time it happened in Chicago, and police have been investigating the incident. So we have cops investigating the first incident and this one. We had a suspect detained last night and interviewed. You would think this guy was trying to spread ricin at a game or something like. No. And this is what's so funny. The Chicago Sun-Times, with their insane leftist view, says this is a bizarre byproduct of a league going mainstream. It's a bizarre byproduct of the league going mainstream. In other words, the league is so huge that people are now throwing dildos on the court. We're so big that now people are throwing dildos on the court. We've come to the point where people are using our games to get publicity, said a Chicago Sky guard. We weren't doing that 2 years ago, 5 years ago. So she is proud, saying, see, look at all the dildos that are flying on our courts. The more dildos that are flying on the courts, the bigger we She says this makes the WNBA look huge. So if more dildos fly into the court, that means the WNBA is even bigger. That's what the logic is of these folks. Who are these people to you? Who's the man who threw these dildos or is throwing these dildos on the court to you? Hero, villain, criminal? Let's go to Mike. Mike, you called in. You are from Hammond, Indiana. Hello, Mike.
Yep. Hey, Chris. Thanks for taking my call. I think the WNBA should embrace what's going on. And you know that air cannon that they use at halftime to shoot shirts into the crowd? They should use that and shoot dildos into the crowd. Honestly.
You stole my idea.
That would be perfect.
You stole my idea. Dude, lime green with a WNBA logo on it. Approved.
It could be all different kinds of fluorescent colors. It doesn't have to be green. It could be all different.
And then during Pride Month, they can be rainbow dildos.
Yeah. And you can hide something on it. And if you get this one, you get a prize. You get, whatever. You could add something to it,
you're saying like a secret, a bonus dildo, like where
maybe you get a prize or something,
What?
Maybe you get a butt plug or something if you win. If you get a certain color,
Hold on, that's going too far. Hold on, though. You're onto something. Maybe if you have a barcode, you can put a QR code or a barcode on the side of the dildo. So I love you're thinking brilliantly. Instead of the dildos being thrown into the court, why don't they fire dildos off the court into the crowd?
Yeah, at halftime with the air cannons. Yeah.
Yes. People can hear the crowd going nuts. They're fighting over dildos. Okay, so we just maybe they shoot. How many do they usually fire out? How many do they usually fire out in an air cannon? Like 20 of those things in the middle of the game?
Yeah, probably something like that. And there's got to be a prize for whoever gets this color or that color. You bring them on a court. You can bring them into court or something.
Oh, yes. And by the way, wait. We're going places. Why don't they do a dildo toss at the halftime?
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah. Who can make it into the basket? Yeah.
Yes.
From half court.
Yes.
Maybe they get season tickets for making it from half court or something like that.
You can do like cornhole or darts.
Any of that.
Where you have it, you can do a dildo toss where you're hitting 10 feet, 100 feet, right on the WNBA court.
You want to embrace it. Embrace it.
Yes. I think you are brilliant, and you could be perhaps the best caller we get today. God bless you, my friend.
Have a good day.
You too. All right, so who is this man to you, the man throwing dildos out into the court last night at the WNBA game in Chicago? And do you think the WNBA should stop fighting it and instead embrace it? Now comes a WNBA coach who is so mad. She lectured us last night in a press conference. I want to talk about the dildos being thrown out here. Listen, this is, instead of embracing it, they're attacking it, saying it's the patriarchy.
Things onto the court. Obviously, you guys know what the object is. And I just want to comment on, this has been going on for centuries. The sexualization.
Wait, this has been going on for centuries? People have been throwing dildos on the WNBA court for centuries?
The sexualization of women. This is the latest version of that. And it's not fun. And it should not be the butt of jokes on any radio shows.
It should not be the butt of jokes on any radio shows. It's hard to hear because of the loud basketball game going on.
Or in print, or in any comments.
There should be no comments. She's like Scary Poppins with Joe Biden wanting to regulate us. We can't talk about it. We can't mention anything. Don't pay any attention to the dildos being thrown out in courts all across America during WNBA games.
The sexualization of women is what's used to hold women down. And this is no different. This is just its latest sport. And we should write about it in that way. And these people that are doing this...
Wait, she's telling us how we're supposed to report about dildos being thrown on the court. We have to be serious. Stop having fun. You are not allowed to have fun. Only the WNBA can tell you what is funny and what's not.
Held accountable. We're not the butt of the joke. They're the problem.
Okay, thank you. She's whizzing on everything. Get out of here, you turd. Okay, I want you to hear this. By the way, your thoughts on the dildos continuing to be thrown on the court in WNBA games? I think my whole reason why I think this is happening is because they're such a joke. And nothing encapsulates how much of a joke the WNBA is than that action of doing that. I don't condone it, but I'm telling you, that literally is emblematic. That's exactly the euphemism of what the WNBA is and has been. And then, by the way, a lot of the players are joking around about this. You have, what's her name, Sophie Cunningham? She did a commercial for Arby's. She's a real pretty lady and did a real kind of a takeoff on the Good Genes Sydney Sweeney commercial. Stop throwing dildos on the court. You're going to hurt one of us. She tweeted later, this did not age well. Let me play you this one. This is from the Fox television station in Phoenix, where an 18-year-old was arrested for throwing a dildo on the court. This happened in the news yesterday.
I don't know what's going on. It needs to stop. Yeah. First and foremost.
He's this guy here is a WNBA announcer.
I think that's
it's really inappropriate.
It's extremely inappropriate. It's also, it's putting people in danger.
Yeah.
We want to,
All right. Can somebody tell me how you're being put in danger by a rubbery, you know what I mean? It's just a piece of rubber being thrown at on the court, huh? It's putting people in danger. You're going to shoot somebody's eye out?
Discuss that or not. These are athletes who are running, they're cutting, they're jumping. Exactly right. It's inappropriate.
And very unhygienic.
Well, that's one of our topics today is hygiene.
So they're laughing. Very unhygienic. Obviously, that's the stupidest thing in the world to say, right? It's like, what are you talking about? But there you go. You're not allowed to laugh. You're not allowed to have fun. Here's a little bit more.
Gene. But Celeste, you and I both have been watching these stories over the last few days. Has the league had anything to say about it?
I haven't seen any official statements from the league yet. Okay. Obviously, it's been talked about a lot, especially on social media.
Yeah.
I do know that one of the fans, I'm not sure if it was the first or second instance, was arrested. So it's serious.
Yeah, people are getting arrested.
It shouldn't happen. I'm glad it hasn't happened here, and hopefully it doesn't happen anywhere else.
People think it's a prank. Instead, they're going to take it seriously.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, is this guy throwing a bomb on the court? Somebody else has been arrested for having a dildo on their person. Let me play this for you. You must hear this. If you remember Lieutenant Frank Drebin, he was ensnared in and charged with a crime involving a dildo.
Without a search warrant, destroying property, arson, sexual assault with a concrete dildo. What the hell were you doing there in the first place?
Yes, I know. I'm sorry about that, Your Honor, but we have reason to believe that Vincent Ludwig is involved in a plot to assassinate the Queen.
So there has been people prosecuted for assault with a dildo. In this case, a concrete dildo. Lieutenant Frank Drebin, the Naked Gun. Let's go to Lee. Lee, you're calling from Mundelein. And let me hit the right button here. There you go. Hey, Lee.
Yeah, what I'm thinking in the NHL, when someone scores a hat trick, everyone throws their hats onto the court.
Yes.
Well, in WNBA, if someone gets a triple-double, the whole crowd just start tossing dildos onto the court.
I think that's brilliant. You know how we have Zambonis at the Blackhawks game?
Yeah.
We need to have some kind of a Zamboni device to come collect all the dildos that are being thrown out there, because there's going to be so many of them. So you're excuse me, I have a little cough. You're saying what? You're saying
I say when someone gets a triple-double, the whole crowd starts throwing dildos on the court. Because they don't get that many of them, so it's a rare occasion.
Yes, so you're saying find a special moment where everybody bring your dildo, don't throw it until this happens. And then it's just, I love that. I think that's fantastic. What do you think about real quick? Instead of them being thrown on the court, why don't you think the WNBA takes this and owns it and starts shooting them out with those guns, out into the crowd?
That would be good too, but they have to be real soft ones because it might hurt.
I'm sure
in a high velocity.
I'm just you got to be careful there, right? I understand what you're saying. High velocity dildos being thrown out.
Right.
All right, thanks. All right. High velocity. Thank you. I'm sorry, little cough today. Here is Larry in Elmhurst. Hey, Larry.
Hey, good morning. Hey, I was just wondering, do they have a lost and found there, and can then players reclaim those after the game?
See, now that's a very good question. I mean, hey, I didn't mean to throw it out there. Something happened, I tripped, or hey, somebody threw that, and I'm coming to collect it. But you would probably want to put your initials on there, right?
Or have them autographed.
Or phone number? What?
Have them autographed.
Oh, this is it. This is what I'm talking about. People like you coming in, calling in, giving us the best ideas. We're giving the WNBA tons of free marketing wisdom. So you think that what we should do is, what the WNBA should do is have autograph sessions, which I'm sure they do with the players, and bring a lime green dildo to be signed, autographed.
Or if you got a business, put your business sticker on it.
Okay, wait. You mean if you want? Okay, so to promote business,
Joe's Plumbing or something, you know.
How would that work in with the whole promotional or whatever? You saying put the business emblem on the dildo and then throw it onto the court?
Yeah, if any of the players need work done at their house or something, you know.
That's great, and then you can put on the side of the dildo, "We clean your pipes."
Yeah, maybe their back door's broken or something.
Thank you for your call. There you go. How about Frank's Plumbing? We clean your pipes. Need your pipes cleaned? Call Frank's Plumbing. Put that right on the side. Mike, you're in New Lenox. Hello.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I don't gamble anymore, but I'm wondering if there's any odds on, the first bald guy to run onto the court with a bunch of them suction cupped onto his head.
There actually are odds. There's betting odds. I have a couple of them. Here we go. This is right here. You can bet on the next dildo color thrown on the WNBA court. This comes in right here. A quirky new bet has emerged. The color of the next dildo thrown on the WNBA court, titled "Color of Third WNBA Dildo, If Not Green." By the way, and they're betting on it. By the way, we are now at I think the fifth has been thrown. The fourth and fifth dildos were thrown last night at the Chicago game in Chicago. Okay, and so here's what you can bet on. This says right here: color of third dildo, if not green. Black and brown is plus 200. Rainbow plus 200. White Caucasian, hued dildo 250 points up. Whatever that means. I don't know how these betting odds work. Pink, purple, blue. And then also there are more odds. This just came out this morning. I mentioned it earlier, but the betting odds for on the game for like a normal betting you would do on a game, right? The betting odds on the dildos have now exceeded the betting odds in the WNBA have now exceeded the betting odds on scores. Like nobody's betting on the scores anymore. They're all betting on the dildos. Shows you the quality of the WNBA. They're a very highbrow organization. I appreciate your call, sir. There is nothing to street. This is like the new thing. This is like the next phase in the Sydney Sweeney campaign. This is lashing out in a funny way. Poking fun at the left in a funny way. That just literally makes you almost pee in your pants. So, by the way, I got a quick comment that I got to share with you too. Sophie Cunningham, the very gorgeous star player who did a takeoff ad with Arby's on the Sydney Sweeney Has Good Genes commercial. She says, my mom says instead of like my good luck text that she used to send, now she texts me before the games, watch out for flying dildos tonight. So that's it. You got to be on Dildo Watch. Okay, coming up next, we have so much more. Oh, I'm going to tell you how there actually are civil rights violations going on, it appears, in the WNBA, and how that should be looked at by the Justice Department seriously. All that's next is Chris in for Dan on AM 560, Chicago's Morning Answer. And let's talk to Nikki Whaley with the news.
To start your day.
Sorry.
Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
When it comes to industrial coating and finishing, cutting corners isn't an option. That's why leading manufacturers across the Midwest trust D&D Industrial Coatings in Racine, Wisconsin. From powder coating and liquid painting to blasting and custom finishing, D&D Industrial delivers top-tier protection and performance, fast, precise, and built to last. With over 40 years of experience, ISO-certified processes, and state-of-the-art lines, D&D handles everything from OEMs and petrochemical to agriculture, marine, construction, medical, and government specs. Family-owned, nationally trusted. Whether it's a short run or high volume, your parts are in expert hands, finished on time and finished right. Visit them today, ddindustrial.net. Again, that's ddindustrial.net. Or call them at 262-637-0686 to get your custom quote today. Again, that's 262-637-0686. D&D Industrial Coatings. Engineered to protect. Finished to impress.
It's news, opinion, and insight at the speed of your life. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
Good morning. It's 75 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. The FBI is firing its former acting director.
According to multiple reports, Brian Driscoll, who led the Bureau at the start of the Trump administration, was asked to leave by Friday. Driscoll has been viewed as a champion of the Bureau's rank-and-file staff after declining to turn over a list of agents who worked on January 6th cases. He penned a final note to staff explaining that he was not given a reason for his removal. I'm Brian Shook.
The FAA says it plans to hire 8,900 air traffic controllers over the next 3 years. The Federal Aviation Administration on Thursday released a workforce plan with details on how it will address a shortage of air traffic controllers in the country. The report adds, however, it expects to have only about 1,000 additional certified controllers by the end of the fiscal year of 2028 because of washouts among its recruits. The report comes after 67 people died last January in a mid-air collision in Washington, D.C. that was attributed in part to a shortage of air traffic controllers. This news update is quickly delivered to you by Quick Delivery Service. Why are you sitting in Friday traffic? Time is money. When you need your important items delivered quickly, Quick Delivery Service will be there to pick it up and take it to its destination. Go to quickdelivery.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Join John Anthony, host of Black and Right, for a cruise on Lake Michigan, Saturday, September 6th. Come aboard the luxury yacht Free Spirit for a fun afternoon with fellow AM 560 listeners. Enjoy great food and beverages and be a part of the live broadcast of Black and Right with John Anthony. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cruise. That's 560theanswer.com/cruise.
This is an urgent message for investors over the age of 50. Silver is on the verge of making history. This is an opportunity you can't miss. We're Advantage Gold, the #1 rated precious metals company in America, and we've helped thousands of investors move their IRA, 401k, or retirement account into physical gold and silver safely and securely. Call 800-900-8000 now and get our free 2025 Silver Investor Report and learn why now could be the best time to own physical silver. In this eye-opening guide, we reveal why silver is surging and could make new all-time highs, how to protect your retirement from inflation and market chaos, and the little-known IRS loophole that lets you own gold, silver, and even platinum, 100% tax and penalty-free. Plus, you'll learn how to get up to $10,000 in free silver with a qualifying purchase. But don't wait for this opportunity to pass you by. Call us now and learn how to own physical silver today the smart way. Call 800-900-8000 now. That's 800-900-8000. Or visit us at AdvantageGold.com. Past performance may vary. Consult your financial or tax advisor. Call us at 800-900-8000.
Your business is under attack. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's a fact. Small businesses are the low-hanging fruit. You may think you're protected, but you're vulnerable in many ways. And cyber attackers actively prey on small businesses. But Turnkey can protect you. Turnkey is the key to cyber protection. Turnkey has a quick and efficient 12-point evaluation to determine if your business, your profits, are at risk. And right now, for a limited time, Turnkey is offering the first month of service to all new customers free. Peace of mind, free. It includes all Microsoft licensing, antivirus, anti-malware, and completed data backup both on-site and off-site, plus help desk support. Don't leave you, your employees, and your customers vulnerable. Talk to Turnkey. Visit turnkey.pro. 3 decades of experience. That's turnkey.pro. Turnkey, the champion of small business.
Welcome back to Ask Hassleus.
I believe in aliens, ghosts, and UFOs, but I don't believe Hassleus Mattress is employee-free.
It's true. Give our mattresses a try with no pushy sales guy.
Do these mattresses come from Area 51?
We're talking big names like Sealy Posturepedic and Beautyrest.
Who's supporting you? The Illuminati?
If you need support, through Monday, get a free adjustable base with any new mattress.
That's what the lizard people told you to say.
Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hassleus.com.
Chicagoland certified financial planning professional Tim Stearns discusses taxes in retirement.
Most people are paying more in taxes and keeping less of their money to live and do what they enjoy. That's why we've put out the retirement tax bill calculator online. You can see with your own eyes just how much you might be overpaying. It's a valuable tool, $500 value, but we made it free for you to view and run your own numbers at MVPCFP.com. That's MVPCFP.com.
To run your retirement tax bill calculator, go to MVPCFP.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Cornerstone Securities, LLC.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 14 minutes outbound, also 14 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Byrne Interchange, 8 minutes, outbound 10 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 13 minutes, outbound 13 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 16 minutes, outbound is about 15 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound from 95th to the Byrne Interchange, 13 minutes. Outbound is 10 minutes. This report is sponsored by Payday. Hardworking people need a hardworking candy bar packed with peanuts and filled with golden caramel. Payday is definitely working hard for you, so grab one to power you through the day. Payday Peanut Caramel Bar. Get to it. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today, expect clouds to give way to sunshine. It'll be breezy, hot, and humid with a high of 91. Tonight will be mainly clear, warm, and humid with a low of 75. Tomorrow, anticipate hot weather with sunshine blending with some clouds. It'll be breezy in the afternoon with a high of 92. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer. Chris Kroc filling in for Chicago's Morning Answer. Dan Proft back on Monday. Follow me on social media at Chris Kroc Show. That's at Chris Kroc Show, CHRISKROK. The WNBA, by the way, we have so much coming up. Trump, by the way, let me just do this real quickly. Trump is surging federal law enforcement in D.C. This is absolutely brilliant because of the insane and disgusting, wicked children, child thugs, 14 years old, 16 years old, like we see in Chicago. Let's sit on that for a quick second, okay? When you're getting ready for a talk show, you spend hours pouring through news, and some stuff you don't print but you read, like on the CWB Chicago, right? On their Twitter feed. A 16-year-old, or was it a 14-year-old? This is the southwestern suburbs, or no, southern suburbs. He got into, and I can't remember the exact town. He got into an Uber with a gun, with the intent of robbing the Uber driver and stealing his car, his Jeep Cherokee. He shot the Uber driver in the head, killing him. And then he tried to drive away with the Jeep Cherokee that he was going to steal, and he could not operate it. He didn't know what he was doing. He was either 14 or 16. And then he went back to his house and told one of his brothers, I tried to do it, but the guy died. And now he's been cuffed. These kinds of things you and I see in Chicago disgustingly all the time. Children, child thugs, 15, 16, 14. Same thing, as you know, goes on in D.C. with Big Balls from Doge fame, getting attacked. His girlfriend, they were harassing her. They were going to steal. They planned to steal the car. And so he shoved her in there, locked the door, and then, as you've been hearing for a couple of days, was beaten mercilessly, broken nose, all sorts of horrible beatings by a gaggle of thugs, teen thugs. And it's because of the woke leftist policies of D.C., which are exactly the same stuff going on in Chicago and Cook County. Same things going on in Cincinnati and Hamilton County, which we'll get into in a minute, because Holly, the woman who almost died when she was punched in the face and beaten and then fell back on her head and suffered severe concussion, severe brain trauma. I sound like I have brain trauma. Severe brain trauma. What? Trump now is increasing the federal law enforcement presence in D.C. He signed an executive order in March, but this operation, he just directed federal law enforcement to increase its presence throughout D.C. So here's what he's got. The operation that he's going to do is going to use both local and federal law enforcement agencies, including Homeland Security, FBI, DEA. It begins at midnight Thursday, so it began this morning. This morning at 12:01 a.m. And it will initially last for 7 days with the option to extend as needed. He's going to do what he did in Los Angeles when he sent in the troops. He's going to put the hammer, the strong arm of our awesome government, country, and law enforcement to where it needs to be to take down all the thugs because of the wicked, sick leftist policies of D.C., just like we see in Chicago. And one of the things I'm going to ask you, because as I read through more in depth, even more, we've all been reading or hearing about or watching the Cincinnati beatdown story. And as I read more last night, knowing I was going to be on this morning in Chicago, I thought about this. I thought about my mom, my dad, because when I was 22 years old out of college at Western Illinois University from Chicago, I then began my broadcast career going to the Quad Cities, going to Madison, Wisconsin, Eau Claire, Wisconsin, Minneapolis, Middle Missouri, Atlanta, Georgia, and then on to here in DFW. One of the sayings I said for like 20 years was, a prophet is not welcome in his hometown. As Jesus said, finally, I get to be on regularly in my hometown. But my point is, as I'm getting ready for last night's show, I'm thinking, my dad and mom, my children, my kids, well, when they were younger, we wanted to take them where my parents took them. My Aunt Mimi from Jefferson Park took me going to the city with my parents. She took me to the big Christmas tree at what is Marshall Fields and never should have been changed from Marshall Fields. That was the most sickest, angriest day of my life. And I wasn't even in Chicago at the time. And my parents used to take us to Michigan Avenue, watching all the storefront things, and I think it's also Magnificent Mile 2 had it, right? I can't remember. But anyways, you can still go there, but you don't want to go there. There's wicked, sick thugs that'll beat you, jump on your car, shoot you, stab you, rob you, thug you, allowed to do whatever they want with impunity because of Brandon Johnson, the Cook County officials, everything. And so I wondered last night, thinking about this, and by the way, so my parents say, when the kids were younger, I wanted to show them what I saw growing up. And my dad, mom, and they're a little bit older now, obviously, but they're like, they wanted to, they said, we have to do it from the car. Can't do it from walking. Too dangerous. And so I thought about this last night and saying, which is Chicago Cincinnati or Cincinnati Chicago? Or are they one and the same? In other words, like, is it Chicago that is Chicago Cincinnati or Cincinnati Chicago? Meaning, which one is worse and impersonating the other? Or are they both equally as wicked and pro thug, pro Soros crap? Thugs running wild with impunity, release them 50 million times on no bond until they murder somebody or rape somebody. This kind of thing. Another Chicago story that I read last night that I could do a whole talk segment on was just a typical story that you and I see that is vile and disgusting, but happens all the time in Cook County particularly. And I'm sure in Hamilton County and in Cincinnati. a young girl was at a gas station, needed a ride. Some guy asked her for a ride. Instead of taking her where she wanted to go, he took her to his house, threw her in his garage, sexually assaulted her. She called 911 during the assault, and the dispatch said, "Be loud in your garage so the cops can hear you. They're looking for you while you're being raped." That SOB said he said while on tape at the 911 call, I don't know if he knew or not. He said, "You're going to have my baby," as he was raping this young woman. And then when the Chicago police showed up, they see the man and the woman. He grabbed her. They're walking down the street, and she runs right towards the cop and points to him, says, "He raped me." He was arrested. She was taken for a rape kit immediately. I don't know which hospital, Cook County Hospital, Stroger, whatever it was. I don't know. But and then the judge was there, and his attorney said, "Well, sir, my client, he has a child. He lives with his mother, and he has a job at a factory overnight." And this woke leftist judge, by some kind of a God-sent beam of protection, was sent, was beamed down in the crazy Cook County court system, and the judge actually did something right and said, "No, you're not going anywhere. You're a threat." But that's not normal. That's not what the norm is in Cook County. So I want to kind of compare. And you and I don't know Cincinnati like we know Chicago, but kind of compare, or is it one and the same, kind of the same thing? In other words, could what happened in Cincinnati happen in Chicago? And I think that's a joke to even ask it, because we know it will or has. Another thing I read last night was, remember that mass shooting at the that rapper Mellow Bucks, who was affiliated with the Peastone Gang, I believe, the Black Peastone Gang? Remember that Riverside shooting, was it? Do you guys remember where that was? Producers Justin and Keith, was it the River North or something of that nature? Was a mass shooting? River North, thank you. And there's a photographer who was in the news, in the Sun-Times or the Trib, saying, "Oh, yeah, look, I it's horrible. My life is horrible. I got a walker. I'm a photographer. I was a photographer. I was all excited about being a photographer for Mellow Bucks." Oh, really? So did you go to an event like that knowing that she's a thug and is a gangland a rapper affiliated with thugs, and that her dad sells illegally sells firearms out of his house and was cuffed and stuff for that? And you're surprised you were shot and now you're semi-crippled? Like this wasn't supposed to happen? You had a freaking lady who is affiliated with the Black Peastone Gang. Or the Peastones, they call them now. When I was a kid, they called the Black Peastone Gang. Now you're a victim. He's got a GoFundMe. Yeah, I'm going to give you GoFundMe. You're excited to photograph a woman affiliated with a gang, I'm sure rapping thug rap, and you're shocked you got shot at an event. Right. Anyway, there was my little spontaneous rant. 312-642-5600 is our number. 312-642-5600. WNBA and Caitlin Clark's civil rights. This is an amazing column in the Wall Street Journal. Literally, the disparate treatment and racial animus and attacks on Caitlin Clark, who I have no sympathy for her, by the way. Caitlin Clark is super woke. She is being eaten alive by her own. She's being attacked physically, verbally, mentally, called vile names. I have no sympathy for her because she believes everything the woke people who are attacking her believe. But she totally has a civil rights case, and it's probably going to happen. This is from Sarah McLean, who has served in the Trump White House and in Ted Cruz and Marsha Blackburn's offices in the Wall Street Journal. Here's why. There's a good case for civil rights, and I'm sure it's going to happen. Watch. Is it because Clark is white? Aja Wilson of the Las Vegas Aces, which I didn't even know a team existed called that, says, because nobody watches the WNBA, until a dildo is thrown on the court, then we'll know who they are. Anyways, Aja Wilson says, of the Las Vegas Aces, she has said that race is a huge thing with Caitlin Clark's disparate mistreatment in the WNBA. It boils my blood when people say it's not about race, because it is. Well, under civil rights law, the column says, race-motivated patterns trigger scrutiny even without explicit discriminatory intent. The league has fostered a hostile workplace She's absorbed more than 17% flagrant fouls last season, double her peers' rate. It's dangerous and unequal. She is a flagrant foul away from a career-altering injury, she writes. The league has fostered a hostile workplace for Miss Clark through excessive fouling, targeting, and hostile comments from others, players and owners. Continuing on, she references the Supreme Court's decisions recently on issues like this. The 1964 Civil Rights Act lets employees allege less favorable treatment than peers due to race. It shifts the burden onto the employer to prove non-discriminatory motive. In other words, they will have to prove that no, this disparate treatment in the with the referees, with the WNBA, with the rules and the attacks and the racial attacks and racial animus. No, we didn't. They have to prove now. The burden's on them to prove that it wasn't discriminatory, which I think they're going to lose if this goes through. They also kept her off the 2024 U.S. Olympic roster. There's reasonable cause for a federal probe, she writes, into potential civil rights violations. The EEOC should investigate and probably will. Congress and the Labor and Justice Departments would be justified in examining the facts. If they start pulling texts, emails, and conversations and witnesses, they're going to have a case. Again, though, I can't stress this enough. I have no sympathy for Caitlin Clark. She is one of them. She is super leftist woke. I guarantee you she loves and worships St. George Floyd, blessed be his name, who died from a drug overdose while in the custody of the Minneapolis police. I guarantee you she loves the fake black national anthem. I'm sure she would kneel, burn a flag if that was the right thing to do. My point being is, she's one of them. She's one of them, so she deserves what she gets. I mean, nobody deserves it, but I'm just saying I have no sympathy. All right. I wanted to also get, coming up next, I want to do the Cincinnati beatdown story. We already was kind of comparing the two. And then also the census with keeping illegals out of the census. I want to hear how you feel about that. I also want to hit on the... You guys, did you guys catch this, producer Justin and Keith? Did you guys catch did you and Dan talk about how Trump rounded up almost 60 Irish illegals and is deporting them? Yeah, this is fascinating. Or not fascinating, but fantastic. It's racist! You can't deport you're rounding them up! They have businesses! They need health care! They're elderly. Oh, there's a small construction business guy. He's got 2 kids who are anchor babies. You can't deport him. Yes, we are. You're a racist. Yeah, Irish people, white people. Racist! You won't hear this reported anywhere other than conservative media. And I want to lock that in with the census stuff. That's coming up next. It is Chris Crockett for Dan Proft on AM 560, Chicago's Morning Answer.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving MyPillow with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss and your gain. MyPillow is offering the Classic Collection for wholesale prices. Only $19.98 for a standard MyPillow. But it gets even better. For a limited time, they're going to offer the entire Classic Collection at wholesale prices. Get queen-size MyPillows for just $24.98. Upgrade to king-size for only $29.98. Get the body pillows for $39.98. And the multi-use MyPillows for only $12.98. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201 to take advantage of wholesale pricing and receive $100 in free digital gifts when your order is $75 or more. That's right. Get the standard MyPillow for only $19.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY. That number again is 800-489-0201. Promo code LIBERTY.
It's more than a backyard. It's a place where lazy afternoons turn into lively evenings and simple moments become lifelong memories. Right at the center of it all, your deck. The stage for your best moments in everyday magic. But the outdoors can be tough on wood. Fading colors, weathered boards, and hidden damage creeping in. That's why homeowners across Chicagoland trust Deck Tech. For over 35 years, they've specialized in cleaning, restoring, and protecting decks, keeping them strong, stunning, and ready for every season. Deck Tech now offers 0% financing options for 21 months. Give that special someone the break they deserve with a Deck Tech gift card. Call 800-956-DECK today or visit restoreyourdeck.com. Deck Tech, helping Chicagoland homeowners enjoy the great outdoors for over 35 years. Enjoy your deck all season long with Deck Tech, the clean and seal professionals.
1-800-956-DECK. Call Deck Tech.
Perhaps you're a collector, or perhaps all of a sudden you have a collection. Maybe it's an inheritance. How do you know what it's worth? This is Sean Thompson for Donley Auction. The market for antiques and collectibles is changing all the time. What is your collection worth right now? Well, I've got an easy way to find out. It's simple. You contact Donley Auctions. With their worldwide audience of live and in-person auctions, they have a good idea of how to tell you exactly what it's worth at exactly right now. They're ready to put top dollar in your pocket. The bigger the collection, the better. Go to DonleyAuctions.com and get the info on all things that they buy and sell to have an idea of exactly what Donley does and how much they need your collection. They have so many buyers, it's a great time to sell. Just simply make a phone call. Donley has traveled all over the country to pick up collections. Just call and talk to the people at Donley Auctions at 815-923-7000. Donley Auctions is your trusted partner in turning your collections into cash. DonleyAuctions.com.
This special alert is for all Americans who own a vehicle. If you have a warranty that's about to expire or no warranty coverage at all, this message is for you. It's time to stop worrying about future car repairs today. Your vehicle is essential, but unexpected breakdowns can derail your plans and your wallet. It's time to future-proof your ride with CarShield. CarShield offers a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that saves drivers thousands from out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Imagine if your engine quits or your transmission fails. You could pay a fraction of the repair cost. This protection plan is at an all-time low, and to give you even more peace of mind, drivers who activate today also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Don't wait for a breakdown to drain your savings. Future-proof your car with CarShield today and drive with confidence. Call CarShield for your free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
AM 560.
The Answer.
Oh, yeah. Let's get right into it. The Cincinnati beatdown. The Cincinnati mayor this morning, Fox News, is under fire after the viral beatdown for police management and lax bail laws. In a news conference, he has said one thing, but this is what he said. This was an awful incident. Our law enforcement has been working quickly and effectively. And listen, this guy hasn't even called the woman at the epicenter of the beatdown, Holly. Holly had an interview last night on Fox News. It was 18 minutes long. I watched the whole thing. I pulled some cuts from it. You do not want to miss this. We're going to hit it coming up next. Also, the census, getting illegals out. All that's coming up next in the third hour of AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris Crockett for Dan Proft on WIND Chicago.
Hamas is calling it a war crime. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Israel's new plan to escalate the war by taking over Gaza City. Fox's Tanya J. Powers has more of Hamas's reaction.
Calling Israel's decision a reckless mentality that disregards the lives of prisoners. The statement goes on to say, quote, "We hold the American administration fully responsible for the occupation's crimes due to its political cover and direct military support."
Here's the U.S. ambassador to Israel's reaction.
It's absurd that they would even suggest that they're the good guys.
Mike Huckabee tells Fox this morning.
These are the people that raped women in front of their families, that beheaded babies and put them in ovens, that mutilated the bodies of their victims, even as the family members watched.
Referencing the 2023 Hamas terror attack that triggered the war, Israel's security cabinet approved the plan to take over Gaza City while also delivering more food for Palestinians. To dismantle Hamas and try to free the remaining hostages, 20 still believed to be alive, but some hostage families protest the plan in Israel, fearing they'll be killed. This is deadline day. President Trump set for Russia to agree to a ceasefire in Ukraine or face new economic sanctions, but could that be delayed as he plans to meet with leader Vladimir Putin?
We can report that the two sides are tentatively looking at the end of next week for a Trump-Putin summit. The location is still up in the air, and Rome is still in the mix, but also Hungary, Switzerland, and the UAE are being considered.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich at the White House. The U.S. keeps trying to take down Venezuela's leader, putting a $50 million reward for info leading to Nicolas Maduro's arrest. Here's Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Maduro uses foreign terrorist organizations like TDA, Sinaloa, and Cartel of the Suns to bring deadly drugs and violence violence into our country.
Democratic state lawmakers who fled Texas to block a redistricting are being told to come home today or face possible arrest. Attorney General Ken Paxton tells Fox.
Well, if they are not there today, we are going to file a motion to remove some of these legislators from office.
America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 76 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. The 2025 Illinois State Fair is underway in Springfield. Illinois State Fair manager Rebecca Clark says they're focused on making sure the fair is affordable.
We know that family budgets are tight, and that's why we've done everything we can to ensure that families who walk through these gates can create lasting memories without breaking the bank.
State and local officials kicked off the event yesterday with a ribbon-cutting ceremony. Organizers say the state has invested millions of dollars in renovations to the fairgrounds. Fair performers include Jake Owen, the Black Crowes, Snoop Dogg, Sheryl Crow, the Chainsmokers, and Def Leppard. The fair runs through August 17th. The city of Chicago is honoring slain police officer Ella French. The street in front of the criminal courthouse was renamed yesterday Honorary Officer Ella French Way. French first began her career in law enforcement as a correctional officer at the Cook County Jail nearby. She was shot and killed during a traffic stop in August of 2021 on the south side. A statue of French will be unveiled at Wentworth Park at the end of this month. The city of Chicago and Cook County are issuing disaster proclamations for flooding last month. The proclamations are designed to assist residents in recovering from flooding that took place July 25th through the 28th by allowing the city and county to pursue all available resources. The region experienced significant rainfall over several days, leading to flooding in residential areas. Chicago, Burbank, Justice, and Summit were among the hardest hit municipalities. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Learn more and check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
The biggest AM 560 event of the year is coming to Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove on Friday, August 22nd. It's Sean Fest 2025. Join hundreds of fellow AM 560 listeners for the summer's best party. Be a part of the on-location broadcast with Sean Thompson, followed by live music, photo opportunities, food and dessert trucks, and it's all free. Registration is requested at 560theanswer.com/SeanFest. Sponsored in part by Fox Valley Coins and by myvirago.com.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners. All-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're a different kind of wireless company dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Because let's face it, our needs are different. Big wireless unlimited plans are designed for 20-somethings, not us. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on one thing, bringing you affordable, reliable rate plans that suit your needs, not ours. How do we do that? We start by using the same towers as the big guys, the exact same towers. We then create rate plans designed for your usage. The fact is, we can offer you an unlimited plan with the same network quality for less because we understand how you use wireless services. Our plans start at just $20 a month. And forget trying to chat with robots. You'll get 100% US-based award-winning customer service when you need help. Come find out how wireless should be and join the millions who've made the switch.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
I'm worried about Mom. She's having a tough time moving around the house.
Oh, I know. She still thinks she can do everything on her own.
Exactly, but I've been over there every day this week, helping her navigate the stairs, cooking meals, reminding her to take her medicine. I'm always nervous when I leave.
You know what? I admire you for taking care of Mom. But your family needs you too. And what if she slips and falls? A friend recommended the caregivers at Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. They service Cook, DuPage, Kane, and Will counties. They guarantee compatibility and they'll conduct a free safety assessment of her home. Plus, they'll provide as little or as much care as Mom needs.
Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest, offering both hourly and live-in care. Schedule a free assessment today by calling 331-281-0728. That's 331-281-0728. Again, that's 331-281-0728. And tell them AM 560 sent you. Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. Senior care, only better.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 16 minutes. Outbound is about 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Byrne Interchange, 16 minutes. Outbound is about 14 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 22 minutes. Outbound, 16 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 26 minutes. Outbound is about 18 minutes. Traffic is a service of Air Ride Heating and Cooling, offering AM 560 listeners $56 off of any service, including inspections. Don't wait for a heat wave for that old air conditioner to break down. Visit Air Ride Heating and Cooling at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a quick check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today, expect clouds to give way to sunshine. It'll be breezy, hot, and humid with a high of 91. Tonight will be mainly clear, warm, and humid with a low of 75. Tomorrow, anticipate hot weather with sunshine blending with some clouds. It'll be breezy in the afternoon with a high of 92. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
I blinked. We're in the third hour already. What happened? Chris Crock in for Dan Proft, AM 560. The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. We are going to have just confirmed for 8:15. You do not want to miss this. At 8:15, we're going to talk to Texas Representative Brian Harrison, who twice was on CNN this week. He was on twice, and he schooled the crap out of these ivory tower, holier-than-thou CNN clowns about the redistricting and about hunting down and getting the Democrats that are hiding out in Chicagoland back to where they belong. The FBI reportedly says yes. We are cooperating and working with Texas. Does that mean FBI agents today could show up in St. Charles or wherever the Texas Democrats are hiding out in Chicagoland? Does that mean the FBI could show up and cuff them and stuff them today or tomorrow? Sure. Will they? I don't know. I'll tell you this, though. Wouldn't it be nice to see what we saw at Mar-a-Lago or at that, I can't remember the guy's name, the Catholic guy who was protesting abortions, who has like 8 kids or 10 kids and he homeschools. He's a Catholic. And the FBI showed up pre-dawn or at some point in the morning with rifles pointed and ordering the man to come out. This was in the northeast part of the country. I can't remember what the guy's name was. And they pulled him out, and his wife says, "What is this? What are you talking about?" And they took him at gunpoint because he protested an abortion clinic. And somebody was threatening and pushing his son around, and he got in between them. And for that, Joe Biden said, "You're a criminal in my world. You're going to jail." Or like Mar-a-Lago, what happened in Mar-a-Lago. So will our FBI show up at the hotel and kick the door down and drag him out? I don't know. But I wanted to do two things this half hour. So we're going to get to not Congressman, but State Representative Brian Harrison, Republican from North Texas, where I'm at, as a Chicago born and raised, been in talk radio in Dallas-Fort Worth for 15 years here. Great to be out of my hometown. I'm excited about a spontaneous visit I popped. I'll be popping in next week for my nephew's birthday, and to spend time with my folks and friends. But let's do Cincinnati. Last night, Holly, the woman who was beaten and almost killed in Cincinnati by the thugs that are allowed to run wild. Let me play what she said last night on Laura Ingram's show. She was on for almost 20 minutes. So let's just hit what I want to hit as we're seeing it. I also want to get into the latest with the illegals and Trump saying no illegals in the census, and we're going to kick it off. That is so critical and so important. Here is what Holly said about her kids as she was laying there and possibly going to die. If I push the right button.
Oh, it is traumatizing. I know my 5-year-old can't stop crying. Every time she would look at me, she'd give me hugs and kisses and say, "Mommy, I have to kiss your face because every time I look at it, it makes me sad." My oldest daughter told me last night, she said she thinks she needs therapy because she's not okay. She's very traumatized because she did unfortunately see the video. Somebody sent it to her, and before I had a chance to warn her, there might be a video out there.
Were there racial comments? Was it racially motivated?
There were some comments about, white people shouldn't be out here, or we're going to go night-night, you white bleep words. And so, definitely it was a little scary. And then when they started circling, there were... it was just an attack that should have never happened. And there were a lot of people in the attack. Now that some of the people have been arrested, they have rap sheets that go on for days. And especially the man who punched me in the face, he had just got out of jail a few months before and had felonies on him. And I don't understand why he was running the streets, and a lot of other people should have never even been out of jail to even do this to me or the others.
She has severe traumatic brain injury, severe concussion. She's been in the hospital twice, hospitalized twice. She has neurological damage, permanent neurological damage. She is afraid to be. She can't be alone. She has to be with somebody. What's crazy is in the past 24 hours getting ready for today's show, I watched two different people who have been through the similar types of things, including Holly, say the same thing, that the trauma is terrifying and it never leaves you. And they're afraid of going out. They're afraid that somebody will attack them. A man was sucker punched by three thugs, or a gaggle of thugs in Hamilton County, which is in Cincinnati, about 2, 3, 4 years ago. And they came up to him and sucker punched him random right in the eye. And listen to this. He ultimately lost that eye. He says, after they hit me, they just came up to him and sucker punched him. After they hit me, I knew my eye was kind of exposed. I sort of covered my face and sat down on the ground, and I was trying to explain to them that they had just caused a serious injury, and they were kicking me the whole time and sort of like ignoring sort of what I was trying to describe them. This is a gaggle of thugs, like what happened to Holly in Cincinnati. Like we see all over in the teen takeover thing, which is, those two words shouldn't even be a phrase, because they shouldn't be allowed to happen. But in Brandon Johnson's and Cook County and the Democrat world, it is normal and great, and you don't want to put them in jail, and you don't want to enforce stuff, because all they need is a teen jobs program. Yeah, thugs want a job, my butt. Thugs want a thug. But continuing on, so he's on there cowering on the ground, this guy who in 2023, 2 years ago, 39-year-old, walking home late at night from a Reds game, was jumped and ultimately lost his eye. He says it significantly reduced my quality of life. I have trouble driving. Confidence is taking a hit. It's really like, quote, I view my life as before and after this event because it's dramatically impacted my quality of life. My relationships all aspects that have been hampered by that evening. But I'm struck by him as he's being beaten by thugs, thinking he could tell them he's hurt and that they will stop. And I'm struck by him still being a victim. I'm not knocking him on. I'm just saying I'm struck by him being a victim and not putting a frickin' pistol on the side of his body, which is what the solution is, to lawfully, legally carry, if you're comfortable, and before you even get one, get trained, to lawfully and legally carry. So if this is going on, you can protect yourself. Where was somebody with a lawfully carried firearm in downtown Cincinnati when the beatdowns were happening? And by the way, it wasn't a gaggle of thugs. It was a massive amount of thugs that according to Holly, in her interview on Fox News last night, this exclusive that I'm playing pieces for you of, there were tag team thugs. A group would beat them up horribly. It went on for 15 to 20 minutes, not a minute. It was tag team thugs where some would come in, they would tag team, and new ones would come in to keep beating the hell out of these people within an inch of their lives.
Over how long of a period of time did this transpire? Was this seconds, minutes?
No, I want to say at least a solid 15, 20 minutes this was going on. I mean, the videos that you see are little short blurps, but this was going on for so long, it was ridiculous. And it was like one crowd would come in and start beating on them, and then another crowd would come in and take their turn. So it wasn't going to stop. It's not like one crowd came in and had their fun kicking them, then there would be more that would come join in.
So this was a complete massive effort of tons of thugs tag teaming, according to her. Here she thought she was going to die.
And when you came to, when you regained consciousness, where were you? Were you still lying down on the pavement?
Oh, I was laying down, yeah, and I heard a woman's voice, which had me very panicked, just saying, please, please wake up, please. And I had no idea what was going on, but when I go back and watch the video, it appears that there were a few people who were trying to run at my body as I was knocked out. I feel like they were coming to also curb stomp my face like they did to some of the others, and she had protected me.
One of the men was crying something to God, but you couldn't hear it, and it's not in the video because you can't hear it, but she heard it.
And when I realized the police weren't going to come, I could hear someone, the man that I jumped in front of, literally crying to God, please God, somebody save me, somebody help me. It was the third time he had been knocked down and kicked in his face over and over. Somebody had told me 57 times. They had counted through all the videos.
Let's go to Bill, I should say. If you want to chime in, there's several lines open for you. 312-642-5600, 312-642-5600. Bill, you're on the Northwest Side. Hey, Bill.
Hi there, Chris. Yeah, my question for the Cincinnati mayor would be, why is this not classified as a hate crime? Because we know, you and I know darn well,
yes,
if the situation were reversed, if a black couple was attacked by 10 white thugs, it would be classified as a hate crime. Everyone's afraid to bring up that subject, but you know, and I know that
it is
it was a hate crime.
It was. Right. Yeah. And the Trump administration, thankfully, is running the show. And by the way, the reason it's not a hate crime in Cincinnati as of right now is because they're not the right color. That's right. That's exactly what it is. You're exactly right. Now, the good news is the Trump administration, exactly right. In Chicago and in Cincinnati and New York, all over the place, in the big cities with the urban Democrat rot. But the good news is the Trump administration is investigating this as a potential hate crime. And I think they're going to end up prosecuting in tandem or on their own with more harsh penalties than you'll ever see in Hamilton County, including a hate crime. And that's the good news. Another thing that's come out of this so far is thank God for Bernie Moreno, the Republican senator from Ohio, one of them. He actually is now pushing forward with Holly's Law, which is a law that would make sure that sick, wicked thugs like this can't be released on bond. By the way, did you see they got the 6th thug in custody now? Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Did you see the smirk on her face smiling? Did you see the smirk on her face smiling in the courtroom? Yeah.
Right, because she thinks she's going to be let out on, with no bond.
Because she's a sick, wicked thug. Did you see? She was the one in a bodysuit that came up and was beating on Holly as she was lying on the ground. But here's the thing, and the man, I should say. Here's the thing: the what do you call it? Her defense attorney was saying in the courtroom yesterday. I don't know if you heard this or caught this. She was saying he was saying, Judge, she has a 6-year-old who depends on her, who needs the mother and lives with the mother, and as she sits there and smiles and purses her lips. No worries, sister. You ain't getting out of jail. And if you do, it's going to be a couple $100,000 bond. And if you can't afford it, you're going to stay in jail. And number two, no matter what, you're going to go to jail for a long time. That kid, you're going to be torn apart. We're tearing apart families, they say about the illegals. She's going to be torn apart and thrown where she belongs, which is a freaking jail cell for well over a decade or two. Because that's where she belongs. That's where thugs belong, gangland thugs. I appreciate your call, Bill.
Amen.
Thank you. Several lines open, actually all lines open and wide open. 312-642-5600 is our number, 312-642-5600. By the way, it's Chris Crock in for, of course, Dan Proft. He'll be back on Monday on Chicago's Morning Answer. Here's more from Holly. The cops totally blew this whole thing off. They were leaning on their cars. They did nothing. They didn't interview any of the people that were beaten horribly. Holly's face, when she went home, they showed a picture of it on Fox. There was blood all over her face. If you look at the video, her blood is pouring out of her mouth. She took a sip of water in the morning, and everything poured out because there was no room in her mouth for to hold anything in there. Here she is talking about the cops blowing it off.
And I just remember the police officers were being very nonchalant, and they were kind of blowing us off, kind of like, okay, you were in a fight, cool. There were still 100 people on the streets. Like, there were still people gathered everywhere. And then seeing us bloody and some of their shirts were torn, they didn't even get a statement from me. Actually, they didn't even take down my name. Come to think of it. So they got a few of the others' names only because the victims were insisting that they take down their information.
And some more about the cops totally blowing this off.
Holly, they weren't interviewing anyone in that crowd to give, tell us what happened. What'd you see? Nothing.
No, not at all. They were leaning up against their police car, and they literally had their arms crossed like this, and they were like, I don't remember the words they were saying, but just by their demeanor and their attitude, it was a disgrace, absolute disgrace. And that's when I was like, I'm not going to stick around for this. It was so offensive on so many levels, the way we were treated.
You have this morbidly obese, woke leftist chief who said the problem is social media and the media who exposed this beatdown. The problem is people like you and me. And how her leadership is on this. It's another day. People getting beaten in gangland style in downtown Cincinnati, just like in Chicago. Let's go to Joe in Naperville. Joe, you're on AM 560, Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris in for Dan. Hey.
Yeah, so this woman goes before the judge and says she has to take care of a kid.
Right.
But where was she taking care of the kid when she had time to do a beatdown? The best thing they could do for that kid is remove that child from that woman.
Well said. And where's the kid? How much you want to bet the kid was left home alone? And I want them to investigate that. Now, the city of Cincinnati and the county of Hamilton won't. We know that. But the Trump administration would. She and all the other 5 thugs, all of them need to go to jail for over a decade. They're sick, wicked thugs. They are. Let's go to Lee in Hammond, Indiana. Lee, you're on AM 560, The Answer.
Yeah, hi. This is all the product of these whacked out woke prosecutors and judges all over these big urban areas that actually are trying to make a social statement instead of worrying about public safety. People are going to have to take the law into their own hands. I mean, if it takes somebody having to carry deadly force on them and use it, that's what it's going to take. You have to fight force with force. If the
exactly
authorities,
right.
There's a mandate to take care of people won't do it, people are going to have to do it. And
that's exactly
they're forcing
right.
that situation. I think they want to get a spark to ignite something here. That's what this is all about.
I tell you what, I appreciate your call, first of all, but you're exactly right about the concealed carry or open carry, whatever you can do legally. I don't know the laws in Ohio. I conceal carry in Texas, and when I drive all the way up to Illinois, which I do a lot because I'm from there, visiting my folks in Chicago, and I carry, and then I have a reciprocity with my concealed carry permit, so I can do it through Oklahoma or Arkansas, whichever way I go, and then into through Oklahoma, and then through Missouri even has freedom, and then Illinois I have to totally disassemble the weapon and put it in my the back of my car. But you walk up on those people with a firearm drawn and say, order them to get off those people and get out of here or get on the ground. That'll do it. All right, Lewis, we'll take your call coming up next. Oh, wait, I don't know if we have time for Lewis. Just stand by right there, Lewis. Don't go anywhere. Plus your call. I also want to tell you, coming up next, we're going to talk to a research fellow who, it's a research fellow with the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft about Putin and Trump. There's major stuff breaking this morning, too, about negotiations and about what Putin has said this morning. And it's a positive thing, but will anything come out of it? That's going to come up next, too. It's Chris Kroc on AM 560, Chicago's Morning Answer. If you want to follow me on social media, everything we're talking about is all on my social media, at Chris Kroc Show, CHRISKROK, CHRISKROK, on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and then on the other channels, YouTube, Rumble, at Kroc Talk Radio, KROKTALK. This is WIND Chicago. We got Nikki Whaley with the news.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, it's Mike Rowe, and if you want to do business with a company that actually stands for something, switch to Pure Talk. I did. Sure, I appreciate being on America's most dependable 5G network with unlimited talk and text for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is Pure Talk's commitment to our military and to our skilled workforce. That matters to me. Save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
You're great at protecting your own personal information. You probably even use things like two-factor authentication, strong passwords, VPN. But as much as you try to be in control of how your information is protected, there's lots of places that also have it. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every single second for identity threats. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock specialist is going to help solve the identity theft issues, guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% off your first year with a promo code Beck at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
If you're living with pain, see how Relief Factor can help.
I'm an artist, and I'm in my studio. I listen to the radio all day, and I'm hearing the ads about Relief Factor. And I've got pain in my neck, and it's getting worse. And I'm thinking, well, I'm going to go ahead and order this. 2 weeks later, I've got much better range of motion. If you're experiencing pain at a certain point in life, I would get Relief Factor.
Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Go to ReliefFactor.com and get your 3-week quick start today. Only $19.95.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Business owners, now's the time for your business to make the move to a locally owned business bank. Hi, Mike Gallagher here to let you know that you don't have to look far. Signature Bank was founded in Chicago with a simple mission to help companies like yours grow, succeed, and thrive. Their decisions are made locally by a terrific team that knows your name, cares about your business, and invests in your success. That's why Signature Bank is my bank. I'm a customer. As business owners, they knew that local family-owned businesses were not getting the help they needed or deserved. So I invite you to reach out to my friends at Signature Bank today. Write the number down. Remember this phone number, Signature Bank, 773-467-5630, and learn all about this great bank, 773-467-5630, or visit them online at signaturebank.bank. That's signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank makes commercial banking personal. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
It's news, opinion, and insight at the speed of your life. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
Good morning. It's 76 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. President Trump is ordering colleges across the country to share admissions data that includes information on student diversity.
Trump signed a presidential memorandum on Thursday requiring colleges and universities to submit the expanded data to the U.S. Department of Education. The memo claims the lack of available admissions data from universities, paired with the rampant use of diversity statements, raises concerns about whether race is considered in admissions. After the memo's release, Education Secretary Linda McMahon said they will now begin collecting admissions data disaggregated by race and sex. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The Israeli Secretary Cabinet has approved a full military takeover of the Gaza Strip.
The office of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says a majority of his security cabinet backed his proposal early Friday to begin the gradual military takeover of the Palestinian territory, beginning with Gaza City. A statement from the Prime Minister says the goal of the takeover is to achieve a decisive victory over Hamas and the return of all the hostages. The statement said the takeover plan would allow for the provision of humanitarian aid to civilians outside the combat zones. There was no mention of when the takeover would begin. I'm Mark Mayfield.
News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have a Blue Cross Blue Shield, PPO, or FEP, you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Learn more and check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Your home is a valuable asset, and you want to take care of your home. From roofs, siding, windows, and doors to furnaces, flooring, landscaping, and much more. Listen to your go-to for all things home. It's Home Answers Radio every Sunday morning at 9. Presented by Lang Home Medical Equipment, Valdecast Windows and Doors, and by JeffBuysYourHouse.com. Get answers from industry experts so you can make informed decisions about your home improvement. Right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners. All-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
This is Jerry Boyer for Townhall.com. In just a few weeks, the PCUSA, America's largest Presbyterian denomination, is set to pressure companies into supporting abortion. How? By using its pension plan assets to file shareholder proposals demanding that companies support employee abortion access and divest from pro-life states like Idaho. The PCUSA is using church funds to push abortion activism. Once a major voice in American faith, the denomination now looks more like a Planned Parenthood proxy than a church. This is the economy of death, and it's being funded by the faithful, whether they know it or not. If you're a PCUSA member, it's time to ask the hard questions. Demand answers from the pension managers. Why are church dollars being used to promote abortion instead of the gospel? Real stewardship starts with speaking up. I'm Jerry Boyer.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best, better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 16 minutes. Outbound is about 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Byrne Interchange, 16 minutes. Outbound is about 14 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 22 minutes. Outbound, 16 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 26 minutes. Outbound is about 18 minutes. This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen. For crunch time and no time, get the DQ chicken strip basket with 4 seasoned 100% white meat chicken strips served with fries, Texas toast, and DQ signature country gravy. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good at participating locations. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a quick check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today, expect clouds to give way to sunshine. It'll be breezy, hot, and humid with a high of 91. Tonight will be mainly clear, warm, and humid with a low of 75. Tomorrow, anticipate hot weather with sunshine mixing with some clouds. It'll be breezy in the afternoon with a high of 92. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris Crockett for Dan Propp. He's back Monday. Epic music right there. Mark Episkopoulos. Sir, I think I need a ribbon, a medal for pronouncing your name hopefully correctly. Mark Episkopoulos, research fellow with the Quincy Institute for Responsible Stagecraft. Did I pronounce, the most important question, did I pronounce your name right?
Good morning. Yes, it's great. I think it's very close. Yeah.
Woo! Oh, I missed the mark. Oh, well, it's like being almost pregnant. Okay, so it's close. It's close. I'll take it. Thanks for coming on Chicago's Morning Answer this morning, Chris and for Dan. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're seeing that I'm seeing dueling messages this morning with Trump and Putin. I'm seeing that the relationship turns sour as President pushes for a resolution with Ukraine. Quote, we get a lot of bull ass thrown at us by Putin if you want to know the truth. Well, that was in July. But this morning on fake news, no, it was on Fox News. They were saying this morning, though, that it's going to happen and there's going to be a meeting and such like that. Where is this at? And number one, where is this at? And then Caroline Leavitt said the other day that the Russians expressed their desire to meet with President Trump. Is that true, or is it more Trump pushing this?
Right. So I guess to take the last point first, we have seen dueling messages about who initiated this request for a meeting. Generally, in diplomatic protocol, it's the side that comes to you that tends to be the one requesting the meeting. And so I would be very surprised if the Russians told Witkoff in Moscow, hey, let's meet. Now, there have been talks going back months, all the way to February, back when we first made real diplomatic progress with the Russians, about a summit. And the Russians have always been clear that they are in principle in favor of a Trump-Putin bilateral meeting, one-on-one meeting. However, they are afraid, they've always been concerned, that a meeting without real concrete progress on Ukraine or other policy issues will actually make the relationship worse. It could potentially lead to escalatory spirals. So I think, and of course it's impossible to tell for sure, but it seems to me that if we are looking at the Russians taking this step to agreeing to this kind of high-level meeting, that does suggest to me that real progress has been made, or at least we're on the verge of making substantial progress on getting a peace settlement in Ukraine, which is really positive. Of course, I can't be sure, but I do feel like we could be on the verge of a meaningful diplomatic thaw.
Wait, you do? Because that's crazy, right? Because like there's been so much, false hope or this or that, and the whole thing, the way it seems to be playing out lately, is that Russia is they are winning. I mean, right? Number one, Russia is winning tremendously compared to Ukraine, right?
Oh yeah, no question about it.
And that Russia will continue its meat grinder regardless of how many more will die or get wounded. Even as right now they're not able to man their factories anymore nearly as much as they used to be because the men are dead at war or are wounded. But this will go as long as Putin wants it to, and that he is winning, and the longer he does it, the more he'll win, and that the revenue that is coming in by selling oil cheaply, comparatively speaking, but to massive amounts to China, to India, and others, is keeping them afloat. So Putin can do this for a long time and not be deterred. Is that accurate?
Well, so in a war of attrition, and this is a war of attrition,
right?
You don't have to last forever. You just have to outlast the other guy. And the Russians are well on track to outlast Ukraine. It's always difficult to put a number on these things. We could be looking at half a year and a half in terms of a window of Ukrainian military collapse. But, we are on track for Russia to win on the battlefield. However, you have to ask yourself, why did Russia proceed with this invasion in the first place?
Right.
Did Putin simply wake up one day and say, hey, I want to conquer all of Ukraine, I want to grab more land?
No.
I already have the biggest country in the world, but I want even more. Well, I think it's a lot more complicated, actually. I think we have to look at the broader strategic relationship between Russia and NATO. And the Russians have, for a long time, been pursuing a strategy of compelling NATO not to expand eastward. And if you look at what happened in Georgia in 2008, in the Russo-Georgian War, and after this in 2014, and during the Russian annexation of Crimea, which was the start of the Ukrainian crisis, to me, the clear pattern of Russia's behavior is not simply grabbing land for the sake of grabbing land, but rather counterbalancing NATO on NATO's eastern flank to Russia's west. And the Ukraine crisis, in its current incarnation, is to me a continuation of this. And President Trump has made a serious effort to engage the Russians since February, and talks have since stalled for reasons that I can get into. But I think there is still a refusal, or at least people aren't ready in Washington to see this as more than a territorial dispute. But if we refuse to go beyond seeing this in terms of who gets to control which parts of Ukraine, then this conflict will, as you say, go on for a long time until Ukraine finally collapses. Because really, we don't have much leverage when it comes to the battlefield dynamics between Russia and Ukraine. There is little we can give Russia that Russia cannot take by force if the war goes on long enough. Where we do have a lot of leverage is on everything else. It's on the broader spectrum of U.S.-Russia relations, on sanctions, on nuclear arms control, on diplomatic issues, on reintegrating Russia into Western-led multilateral institutions like the SWIFT banking system. All of these are things that Russia wants that only we can provide. And so we have to go into this with a sense of where our leverage is. And that means, as President Eisenhower said, if you can't solve a problem, make it bigger. And the way to make this problem bigger is to engage the Russians on this, is to put everything on the table in order to get the Russians to moderate their demands on Ukraine itself. That, to me, is the successful formula for negotiations. And we've been hammering away at this for a very long time. Things have gone off the rails with this unconditional 30-day ceasefire proposal. The Russians will never go for an unconditional ceasefire, and we lack the punitive leverage to force them into one. And it's been clear for a while now that a different approach is needed if we want to get a negotiated settlement across the finish line.
Here's the thing, though. A few things. The talk of more sanctions, that Trump could put some serious sanctions on Russia. Biden was a joke. Anything he said was going to be serious was a joke. It didn't do anything to Russia. I know that we could go after the $300 billion parked in somewhere in Europe or within the EU that was confiscated for them. That certainly would be a good deal. And I know that Trump has slapped tariffs on India because they're 25%, I believe, because they are continuing to buy oil from Russia. They haven't done China yet, and Trump is now saying openly that might happen soon. But can sanctions on Russia, can they really do anything? Because this seems to be the line to use for 3 years now, and it doesn't do anything. What in that regard will he be able to do? And will he do China as well as he's done India? And will that work? Because he spared China so far.
Yeah, no one was more committed to winning this war than Biden. Biden weaponized the whole machinery of the largest organization in world history, and that is the U.S. federal government, in order to help Ukraine win. And if these sanctions, these secondary sanctions on China and India, were a winning formula, then Biden would have done it. Right. And Biden didn't do it because he understood two things. First of all, the blowback for U.S. consumers is immense. Because, okay, so look at this. You're saying to these two countries, either pay 500% tariffs, which is the Lindsey Graham sanctions bill, 500% tariffs, or stop buying Russian energy. So one of two things can happen, right? Either they pay the tariffs, in which case prices for American consumers will inevitably go up, and that's not good politically for Trump. Or they stop buying Russian energy, and that throws a wrench in the whole global energy market in ways that don't necessarily hurt Russia, because it could lead to a spike in prices. And that too would actually be counterproductive, because it would have, again, repercussions for America and not necessarily hurt Russia in this direct way that we're hoping for. So to me, this scheme to impose these bone-crushing sanctions on China and India as a way of getting Russia as a way of impoverishing Russia, of bankrupting the Russian war machine, is simply not feasible. And President Trump, I think, really to his credit, has been dragging his heels now on this. It's clear to me that he really doesn't want to move forward with the Lindsey Graham sanctions, which is why he recently announced a much lower tariff on India, much lower than 500%. But still enough to really piss off the Indians. And that too is a whole issue that we can get into. But, we're looking at this Indo-Pacific pivot of reprioritizing American resources to the Indo-Pacific in order to engage China more effectively. But in order to engage China from a position of strength, you need to have a good relationship with India, because India is the only regional counterweight to China in the Indo-Pacific. So now you're making an enemy out of India while you're also looking to compete with China. That puts you in strategically a very difficult position. And I think Trump gets it. And I would be really surprised if we moved forward with these 500% tariffs, which are not going to work and will jeopardize our relationship with a crucial strategic partner.
Mark Episkopoulos, research fellow with the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. I want to ask you a few more questions. Trump bumping up the 50-day mark deadline for Putin to come to a deal versus 10 days. Was that a real thing? And is that going to even change anything? So a lot of people have said it's not going to do anything anyways. And do you believe, twofold, that's one question. The second is, do you believe Putin is going to get a very good amount of Ukrainian land permanently that will help him to close out a deal? Because I certainly think so.
I don't see much happening at the end of this deadline. The Russians, if you look at how Russian markets have been reacting to these sanctions announcements, really not much has changed. And that tells us that investors are not particularly scared. And I think they're probably right. Certainly, sanctions have had a long-term effect on Russia. Russia would prefer to be without sanctions. That would make things a lot easier, would remove a lot of headaches. But the Russians have been very crafty over the long term at working around sanctions. So, I was in Moscow in May, and I can tell you anything you want to buy, any Western good, from Chanel to Apple to Levi's, anything you want, you can easily buy at about a 10 to 25% markup, depending on what it is. You have these parallel import schemes where Western goods make their way up to Russia from Kazakhstan, from Armenia. It's impossible to really crack down on in any meaningful sense. So the Russians have been very good at getting around sanctions. Certainly, their economy has been hit by sanctions, but not in a way that would deal a mortal blow to Russia's ability to wage the war over the long term for years to come. I'm sorry, what was your second question?
Second question was, you kind of caught me off guard because I was getting ready for my next question. Let me just jump into that one. Do you believe, that was the other one. Do you believe Putin's going to get a lot of Ukrainian land permanently? Right. That's it.
Well, so here the issue is, of course, Russia wants de jure legal recognition of everything that it annexed. Now, is this likely or necessary in order for us to get a peace deal?
No.
My answer to both is no. And we have seen across history many examples of frozen conflicts where an annexation has been de facto recognized, not de jure, not legally, but de facto, in the sense that we say, look, this country grabbed a piece of land. There's really nothing we can do about it at any cost that would be acceptable to us. So life goes on. And frankly, that is how much of history has gone up to the end of the Second World War, in this kind of Pax Americana, where we were really, as Americans, able to impose a kind of order on the world. For most of history, that is how life went on. People just grabbed what they wanted, and everyone else dealt with the consequences. So certainly, the Russians want de jure recognition. I don't think they're going to get de jure recognition. Certainly not from Ukraine or from the Europeans. We did hear previously a proposal, actually by Witkoff, Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff, in April, for American legal recognition of Crimea as belonging to Russia. So this is the idea that we would recognize Crimea, but Ukraine would not have to recognize Crimea. And that would set the stage for a relaxation of sanctions on Russia and for improvements in U.S.-Russia relations. So I think there is a potential for some kind of a hybrid scheme where we recognize something legally and then the rest gets recognized in a de facto way. But really, we're looking at de facto recognition for most of the land that's been annexed. And that, I think, is perfectly fine for the Russians. Of course, they're going to walk into negotiations asking for full legal recognition, the same way you walk into a car dealership asking for $1,000 for the Toyota Camry, but you end up giving $5,000. But it's difficult for me to imagine the Russians really insisting on legal recognition, because they must understand on some level how difficult this would be for Ukraine and for the Europeans.
Yeah. Mark Episkopoulos, a research fellow with the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Thanks for joining us this morning on Chicago's Morning Answer. Appreciate it.
Of course. Great to be on. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. All right. We have so much coming up. We got the illegals and the census. Trump saying we're going to get the illegals off the census, and I pray that does happen before and be closed out and codified or fixed before his 4-year term is over. We also have, coming up at 8, we have a twofold Texas twofer, if you will, with the redistricting and the cowardly Democrats fleeing to Chicagoland, among other places, particularly Chicagoland. We're going to talk to Tony Kinnett with the Daily Signal. This is going to be great. And then Texas Representative Brian Harrison, who literally has been on fake news CNN twice this week, taking those bleepity bleeps to task and whooping their butts on some live television hits. He's going to join us to give you all the details. He is going to, from the state of Texas, deliver a message on WIND AM 560 Chicago's Morning Answer. He's going to deliver a message to Big Boy, B-O-I, Pritzker, and to the Texas Democrats. Do not miss that. That's at 8 o'clock for Tony Kinnett, and then at 8:15, 8:10 for Texas Rep. Brian Harrison. Don't go anywhere. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris Crockett for Dan Proft.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer. Don't miss In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr., now heard on Sunday mornings at 7:30. Tune in and find hope as Jim Scudder explores God's Word and His world each Sunday morning right here on AM 560, The Answer.
People ask us all the time, when's the best time to replace an old air conditioner? Simple. Before it breaks. Because when it does, you know it'll be the hottest day of the year, and suddenly you're scrambling like hundreds of others to get help during a heat wave. At Air Right Heating and Cooling, we've seen it all. We know there's never a good time to be without AC, especially in Chicagoland, where the humidity can make 80 degrees feel like 100. At Air Right, our experienced technicians don't just work fast, they'll do it right. Browse through our more than 1,500 5-star Google reviews to see what our loyal customers love most about us. If it's been a while since your system was inspected, don't wait for a heat wave before having it checked out. And right now, AM 560 listeners receive $56 off any service. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right, doing it right since 1959.
Hey, this is Sean Thompson. You know, there's an old joke about Uncle Sam's tax short form. The first line says, "How much did you make?" The next line says, "Send it in." Sadly, that's not funny at all for honest people who pay taxes. But that's exactly what a lot of people do in their retirement. They take money out of their 401k and their IRA, and they send it into the IRS. Tom Fortino of Alpha Wealth Group believes there's a better plan for your retirement than Uncle Sam's plan of Send It In. What if your current plan includes thousands of dollars in unnecessary taxes and fees? What if you're headed for higher Medicare payments, lower Social Security checks? What if the savings you may realize allows you to retire even earlier? Wouldn't you want to know all of that right now? Call Tom Fortino and the team at Alpha Wealth Group and find out today. Call 630-864-6711. The number again, 630-864-6711. You can also visit alphawealthgroup.com to schedule your no-obligation consultation.
We ran the numbers. Overseas furniture makers charge an extra 38% to package and ship iffy furniture to the Midwest.
So out of $1,000, you're paying $380 for nothing that makes the product better.
But 82% of Penny Mustard's furniture is made within 300 miles of us.
So we're able to invest that extra $380 into higher quality materials and craftsmanship.
American-made furniture that lasts for generations.
When you shop at Penny Mustard, it adds up.
PennyMustard.com.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
They might meet at the end of next week. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. President Trump and Russian leader Vladimir Putin working to finalize a time and place. As the president keeps trying to stop the war in Ukraine, its leader would not be part of these talks.
Meantime, today is the deadline for Putin to agree to peace negotiations or face those sweeping sanctions, including secondary sanctions on countries doing business with Russia, which would be a big deal for Russian oil buyers like China and India. President Trump has not indicated whether he'll move the deadline amid efforts to arrange this summit.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich at the White House. Israel's security cabinet's approved a plan to escalate the war against Hamas by taking over Gaza City, which Hamas calls a war crime. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee tells Fox that's absurd.
They cannot let this continue to go on. We saw the videos last weekend of hostages. You want to talk about starvation and hunger? The hostages are starving.
It's believed Hamas still has 20 hostages that are still alive. Some of their families are protesting the new Israeli plan for Gaza, fearing hostage deaths. Dozens of Democratic lawmakers who left Texas to block a vote on congressional redistricting that could give the GOP 5 more House seats are being warned to return or else.
They show up today, we're all happy, we can get our business done, and everybody's good. If they do not show up, we will be in an Illinois courtroom.
Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton tells Fox the Democrats could be jailed and they may try to remove him from office. Democrats say they've broken no laws blocking a vote. Another wildfire is burning in California. It grew fast and it's out of control.
Within that hour and a half, we have flames all over up here in the mountains.
More than 2,000 people under evacuation orders around the LA and Ventura County line, about 4,800 acres of burn. They just arrested a suspected gunman in Ohio after a manhunt all morning. He was wanted for shooting and wounding 2 police officers in East Cleveland last night. They're in stable condition. So are 2 Pennsylvania state troopers the day after they were ambushed and wounded near Thompson, north of Philadelphia, responding to a deadly shooting. The gunman was killed in a standoff with police. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 79 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Governor J.B. Pritzker is disputing a Texas senator who claims the FBI has agreed to help track down Texas Democrats who fled to his state. The Democratic governor called Senator John Cornyn's comments grandstanding.
There is no federal law that allows them to arrest Texas Democrats who are here visiting the state of Illinois.
Cornyn requested the FBI's help on Wednesday, stating that the Texas legislators are potentially in violation of the law. Texas Democrats left their state to stop a vote on redistricting that could give the GOP 5 more seats. The city of Chicago is honoring slain police officer Ella French. French's mother spoke as the street in front of the criminal courthouse was renamed yesterday Honorary Officer Ella French Way.
This location is located in the 10th district of the Chicago Police Department. That was Ella's district. So for me, this choice of location brings Ella's law enforcement career full circle.
French first began her career in law enforcement as a correctional officer at the Cook County Jail nearby. She was shot and killed during a traffic stop in August of 2021 on the south side. A statue of French will be unveiled at Wentworth Park at the end of this month. An investigation is underway after the death of a sailor at the Naval Station Great Lakes in the northern suburbs. Officials say the incident happened Wednesday at the North Chicago facility. A male sailor reportedly died following a shooting at the firing range. The victim hasn't been identified. News is a service of Anthony DeGrotto State Farm, guest contributor to Get Down to Business with host Shalom Klein, heard Sunday at 6 p.m. Hear why Anthony's team is like a good neighbor. State Farm is there. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes, but now time for the Signature Bank Business Beat.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Wendy's shares are down 3.5%. The fast food chain is reporting a mixed quarter and is lowering expectations. It's predicting sales will decline 3 to 5% this year. U.S. sales were weaker in the quarter, and Wendy's says it's dealing with higher prices for ingredients, also higher costs for labor. Wendy's interim CEO Ken Cook says in the U.S. we have work to do to improve the overall performance of the business. Gold prices trading in Europe rose to records today, topping $3,500 an ounce after the Financial Times reported that the U.S. is suggesting gold bars weighing 1 kilogram should be subject to tariffs. And President Trump's choice for the Federal Reserve vacancy is economic advisor Stephen Myron. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Coselda, invested in you.
At AlmostFreeTeeth.com, they're dedicated to making smiles great again. If you have medical PPO insurance, find out how you could save 90% off on average to get a beautiful dental implant-supported smile. Check if you qualify right now at AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
Life's unpredictable and full of unknowns, but your vehicle shouldn't be. No one wants to face an unexpected repair that could derail their plans and budget. That's why we're introducing CarShield, the ultimate way to future-proof your ride. We're not just about fixing problems, we're about preventing financial surprises. You can get a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan designed to save you from out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Imagine driving with complete peace of mind, knowing that if something goes wrong, you'll pay almost nothing for covered repairs. Included in every plan is free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. This protection plan is at an all-time low, making it accessible to any driver. Don't wait for a breakdown to realize you need coverage. Invest in the future of your vehicle and your wallet today. Call CarShield now for your free quick quote. Call 800-33 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. Future-proof your ride. Call CarShield now. 800-330-8323. 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're a different kind of wireless company dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Because let's face it, our needs are different. Big wireless unlimited plans are designed for 20-somethings, not us. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on one thing, bringing you affordable, reliable rate plans that suit your needs, not ours. How do we do that? We start by using the same towers as the big guys, the exact same towers. We then create rate plans designed for your usage. The fact is, we can offer you an unlimited plan with the same network quality for less because we understand how you use wireless services. Our plans start at just $20 a month. And forget trying to chat with robots. You'll get 100% US-based award-winning customer service when you need help. Come find out how wireless should be and join the millions who've made the switch.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
From the Team Hawkberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 15 minutes. Outbound, 19 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burton Interchange, about 34 minutes. Outbound is 29 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 38 minutes. Outbound, 31 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 40 minutes. Outbound is 30 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound from 95th to the Burn Interchange, 21 minutes. Outbound is 11 minutes. This report is sponsored by Discover. Guess what? Discover's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, 99%. If you don't think so, maybe it's time to face facts you're stuck in the past based on the February 2024 Nielsen report. Learn more at discover.com/credit card. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a quick check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today, expect clouds to give way to sunshine. It'll be breezy, hot, and humid with the high of 91. Tonight will be mainly clear, warm, and humid with a low of 75. Tomorrow, anticipate hot weather with sunshine mixing with some clouds. It'll be breezy in the afternoon with a high of 92. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris Kroc in for Dan Proft. Dan back Monday. We have a blitz to do with you here in just a minute. We're going to talk to, in about 10 minutes, about 6 minutes, we're going to be talking to, at some point, my friend Brian Harrison, Texas representative, state representative, who has taken the left, the Ivory Tower fake news CNN anchors, two separate ones in the past week, just schooled them on their own network and just put them to shame. He's going to deliver a message. State Rep Brian Harrison from Texas is going to deliver a direct message to Pritzker and his Democrat colleagues who have fled like cowards to Chicagoland in just a few minutes from Texas. First, we're going to go to Tony Kinnett from Kinnett or Kinnett? I'm hoping it's Kinnett, national correspondent for the Daily
right,
Signal.
Kinnett. Yeah, you got it, man.
Yeah, baby. You are on Chicago's Morning Answer, Tony. Just some great stuff from you guys. You had a column by, and I'm going to butcher his name. It's Hank Van Spankowski.
Hans von Spakovsky, the man. Yeah.
Yes, he is a complete and total expert on elections, law, and everything. And he literally said, I want you to tell me if this is right. He said in his article or column that the reason why the U.S. Department of Justice, Harmeet Dillon, who's towards the top there, especially on civil rights, she said we need to immediately send a letter to our great state of Texas, where I'm sitting in Dallas, that we must do the redistricting now because of a court decision that took place last year that said a majority-minority district cannot be counted like the districts in Texas that they're referring to. It cannot be counted when you cobble together two separate minority groups. You can't take Hispanics at 25% and blacks at 26%, add them and say, oh, it's majority minority. It has to be 51% or over 50% black or over 50% Hispanic to be considered majority minority district and then be protected, correct?
Yeah, and additionally, and here's where it really gets interesting, because we just had Hans out to my studio in Indiana quite recently with Chicago just north of us. This is quite a goings-on. And here's the catch. Not only can you not do this cobbling together of minority-majority districts where you just pretend that black and brown is the same and you use brown to describe people, because as we all know, the two most alike people on earth are the grandmother from Honduras and the 20-year-old guy from New Delhi in India.
Right.
Obviously, those are just like the same because they're the same color, right?
They're cousins. They're besties, yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course, clearly. So I'm just going to be very upfront. We fought an entire movement and had an entire war in this country over making sure that kind of third world crap doesn't happen here. You don't get to do your little caste system cobbling together. Okay, all of the black people, we're going to stuff you into this district with the Mexicans. Yeah, that's racist. That's not allowed. Even if you pretend that somehow makes you better than the rest of us, you are only one kind of voter here in this country. That's American. That is what the whole citizenship thing is all about. And by the way, since we're talking about the legendary Hans von Spakovsky, he also makes the point that according to both state and federal constitutions, states don't have to use the federal census to do their congressional district maps. They can use a state census if they want. It is up to the state.
Wow. See, that's new. I did not know that. That's brilliant. Okay.
I didn't know that before he told me that either. I had to look it up, but he's right.
Look at the disparities here in the point spread that was written in the Wall Street Journal from Karl Rove. Many of us aren't fans of his, but nonetheless, he said Trump received 44% of the Illinois vote, but yet 82% of the state's U.S. representatives are Democrats. That is a 38-point spread. Right now in Texas, we are so much better. There's only a 10-point spread between Trump votes and House delegation. So we are literally 28% more aligned properly with the actual numbers than Illinois is, who received an F for the nonpartisan group. The Nonpartisan Voting Rights Project, or whatever, the redistricting project.
Wink.
Exactly. From Princeton, right? Now, here's the other thing. With the changes in Texas, which must go through and will go through, we always win properly in Texas because we control the state, thank God, at least for now, in the foreseeable future.
God bless
but
Texas.
Yes. And every day,
as a Hoosier, I can't. Game recognizes game. I have to praise Texas where it's due.
Every time I drive home I'm from Chicago. Every time I drive to Chicago to be with my folks, I carry, and I have a license to carry, so I can concealed carry, so I can carry. I have reciprocity in many states. So
That's good.
So listen, when I drive up, I go through Oklahoma. I might as well be in Texas. I drive into Missouri, which is halfway good and halfway bad. But there I have my same rights. But when I get to Illinois, it's gone. So basically, but once we do the redistricting, the spread is going to be much closer than Illinois' rigged stuff. Go ahead and real fast. We got 30 seconds. Go.
All right, here's the thing. So as far as the Illinois congressional districts, I really don't care as much about who voted for who being the kind of the basis for this percentage of districts should be Republican and Democrat. I'm for the grid-based kind of regional-based thing. In the 70s, the Illinois electoral map looked a lot more like a county map for a state, just bigger. That's how electoral maps should look. They shouldn't look like a child tried to mix spaghetti and Croatia on a map.
Boom. Tony, you're awesome. You nailed it. I look forward to having you on again. Appreciate you. Tony Kinnett, national correspondent for the Daily Signal and a proud Hoosier. Thank you, brother.
That's right. Take care, guys.
Up next, we're going to talk to Brian Harrison, Texas State Rep, Republican. He's going to deliver a message to Pritzker and the Dems who have fled here to Chicagoland. Next on AM 560, The Answer, Chris Kroc and Dan Proft.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
We ran the numbers. Overseas furniture makers charge an extra 38% to package and ship iffy furniture to the Midwest.
So out of $1,000, you're paying $380 for nothing that makes the product better.
But 82% of Penny Mustard's furniture is made within 300 miles of us.
So we're able to invest that extra $380 into higher quality materials and craftsmanship.
American-made furniture that lasts for generations.
When you shop at Penny Mustard, it adds up.
PennyMustard.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris Crocker for Dan Proft. Dan's back on Monday. Follow me on social media, at Chris Crock Show. That's at Chris Crock Show, CHRASKROK. You can also follow Brian Harrison, state rep from Republican from North Texas as well, who's been on my show before. Brian Harrison, his handle on Twitter is, you can see it right through my Twitter feed, at Chris Crock Show. Brian Harrison, welcome to the show. What is your Twitter feed? Brian E. Harrison?
Hey, Chris, great to be with you. Yeah, Brian E. Harrison on X. Brian E. Harrison. I can assure you it is the most hated Twitter feed in the capital in the state of Texas. I can assure you that.
Which is why we love it the most. Brian, first of all, you kicked the crap out of two fake news CNN anchors. When you pulled out that map and you showed the finger going across the state of Illinois with a jerry-rigged district, you showed those turds in CNN exactly why Illinois is literally one of the absolute top 2 or top 3 offenders in the entire country for rigging everything. Pritzker lied and said he wouldn't do any redistricting. He would have an independent panel in 2018 when he was running. He lied again in 2021 twice, and then he said, let's rig it. Brian, I want you to deliver a message. You have a message that I have been hoping you would be able to deliver now that you're on in Chicago, which is fantastic. I want you to tell Governor Pritzker, what message do you have for Governor Pritzker this morning?
You're a hypocrite, a liar, a fraud, and a fake, and the epitome of projection and faux fake outrage. Give me a break. The only thing that you, Governor Pritzker, might actually be, qualified to talk about, ironically, is how to gerrymander a state. So I guess there is some rationality to my cowardly Democrat colleagues coming and hiding behind you. But yeah, you're a fraud and a hypocrite. And here's the reality, Governor Pritzker. You have no problem whatsoever with states redrawing their lines to maximize partisan political advantage. The truth is, the dirty little secret, you're only angry because it's a Republican game and trying to fight as hard for the future as, sadly, the Democrats here in Texas are. So the reality is you're a hypocrite. You have no problem with partisan redistricting. You're just pissed off that it's a Republican state doing it. You phony, you fraud, you hack.
Now, Texas State Rep Brian Harrison from North Texas, where I'm sitting, I'd like for you to share your message with the cowardly Democrats, your colleagues from the Texas State House, who have fled the state of Texas like cowards and ran. What is your message to them today, as the overwhelming majority of them who fled are in the state of Illinois, in the Chicagoland area, perhaps listening this morning?
Yeah, get your cowardly, hypocritical ass back home. You ran for office. Nobody made you run for office. You asked people to vote for you. You've got hundreds of thousands of Texans that elected you to do a job. You swore an oath to the Constitution. Get on a plane, get on a bus, get on a train. I don't really care. Get your hypocritical, self-righteous, fake outrage ass back to the Capitol in the state of Texas so we can get back about doing the will of the people, of the voters of the great state of Texas who we were elected to serve.
Brian, I want to ask you this, too. We know that the Texas Rangers and the Sergeant-at-Arms at the House have been ordered to find, arrest, and bring in the cowardly Democrats who have fled. I want to ask you this. We know the FBI have been asked by John Cornyn, who will be replaced by Ken Paxton, thankfully, not too distant future, but John Cornyn, particularly in a stunt to try to look like he's like a Ken Paxton, wrote a letter to the FBI. Kash Patel said, yes, I will honor your request. We will work with you to hunt down the Democrats. At least it seems that way. What is the extent of the cooperation with the FBI that you're aware of right now? And is it possible they might show up today, tomorrow, the next day at the hotel that they're at in Chicagoland and, cuff them and stuff them?
Well, I think it's possible. I was glad to see my former colleague, Kash Patel. We both were cabinet chiefs of staff together in President Trump's first administration. So I was thrilled to see my former colleague Kash Patel commit to lend some resources from the FBI with this effort. I support it. I actually called for that almost a week ago when we first got word of the quorum break. I called on Governor Abbott to immediately reach out to federal law enforcement partners. I actually kind of think one of the headlines is, why did it take Senator Cornyn to do it? Why weren't the state elected leadership in Texas on the phone to the FBI faster than they were? But, so they could do it. We will see. I think a lot of them might be leaving Illinois to head out to California. I think they've scheduled a press conference with Gavin Newsom and Nancy Pelosi.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I don't know how. I am not. The hit parade of Democrat losers, they're jet setting from Illinois to California is my understanding. I don't know if it's all of them or some of them, but yeah, I think at 4 p.m. Central Time, Newsom, Pelosi, and my cowardly colleagues from the Texas House Democrat Caucus will be doing a press conference in Sacramento today. But one thing that I just got to hit, and I won't dwell on this too long, but the Democrats are to blame, and they should be, punished, and they should be arrested. But also to blame, we can't escape this, is the weak establishment Republicans in the Texas government that assisted the quorum break by allowing the Democrats to leave when we were on the floor with the quorum, with the maps a week ago Wednesday, and our Rhino speaker released the Democrats to go meet with Hakeem Jeffries, who had flown down from D.C. That was just last week. So the reality is this is as much of an abject failure on the part of weak establishment Republicans that have controlled the Austin, Texas government for far too long, as it is a story about the Democrats. I would be remiss if I didn't point that out. If Texas had bolder Republican leadership, this quorum break never would have happened, and quite frankly, it would have been ended by now because Texas Republicans have all the tools they need to force the Democrats back. I don't want to give the Democrats more credit than they're due here.
Texas Rep. Brian Harrison, I got to ask you several more things. Great column by Hans Van Spakovsky in the Daily Signal a day or two ago. And he said the reason why all this redistricting must happen now in Texas is because, for example, Harmeet Dillon, Assistant AG for Civil Rights, wrote a letter to the great state of Texas, to Abbott and Paxton, saying they must, those 5 districts, or 3 districts at least, 4, are unconstitutionally racially based gerrymanders. And the reason why Van Spakovsky says so and why Harmeet Dillon says so is last year the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals had a decision. And what it said was, this was in Petway versus Galveston County. They said, you can't cobble 2 separate minorities together to create a majority district. It has to be over 50% black or over 50% Hispanic. It can't be cobbling Hispanics and blacks together, and therefore that's what's going on. Is that accurate?
So there's a lot of things to unpack in this, and what I would say is there are many reasons. And first of all, Harmeet Dillon is doing just an absolute amazing job for President Trump and the American people, especially getting rid of DEI. I mean, quite frankly, Harmeet Dillon and the Trump administration has done more to get rid of DEI in the state of Texas than the Texas government has for the past several years. So here's the facts. Okay, what's going on here? There are many, many things that have changed since the census 5 years ago. So I'll list a couple. Number one, the Census Bureau has already admitted that they massively undercounted these populations in the state of Texas. Okay, so we didn't have the right numbers when we did our last redistricting. Number two, the laws have changed, like you're talking about, especially with regard to these so-called coalition districts. Number three, the population of Texas has exploded as people flee these progressive Democrat states like New York and California. They're flooding into Texas. We've had over 2 million people come here just since the last census. And then finally, voting trends have changed radically in a very bad way for the Democrats, quite frankly, especially in the southern parts of Texas near the Rio Grande Valley, where Hispanic voters are fleeing the failed policy of the Democrat Party. So there's lots of reasons that not only can we redistrict, we absolutely should redistrict.
Okay, here's a big one. I heard Governor Abbott say yesterday that there's at least 12, there's more than 12 Democrats hiding out in Texas that have fled. And he says that Texas Rangers are investigating that. Are you aware? Because my envisionment is that possibly 12 or more Democrat Texas legislature members are hiding on, and they're under surveillance, perhaps by the Texas Rangers. What's going on with that?
Yeah, I mean, I have not been able to independently prove this, but what I am hearing, what I am told from sources I do trust in the Texas government is that, yes, there are multiple Democrats that are still within the borders of the state of Texas. And if that is true, if we come to find out that that is true, that will be an indefensible dereliction of duty of the Texas government, who knew they were in Texas and failed to arrest them. So if we find out that these Democrats were, in fact, hold up within the state of Texas, where there is no question whatsoever about our jurisdiction or authority to arrest them, if they're not being arrested, that's just another black eye on the Republican leadership in Texas.
Do you have any confidence that they will do that?
I mean, I do not know, and the reason I am very hesitant on that to say that is because as of now, we're officially 5 days into this. We're really like 8 or 9 if you count when our Rhino speaker released them last Wednesday.
Yeah.
We've had 5 days, okay? And we've had nothing come out of the elected Republican leadership in the state of Texas more than sternly worded letters and firmly worded press statements and really bold tweets. We have had no action that is tangible of any kind whatsoever to punish these Democrats. You know what? My voters are sick and tired of weak establishment Republicans who don't do anything other than go on Fox News and talk tough, but don't actually do anything. Texans want results. They want actions. They don't want words. And unfortunately, all we've had come out of the leadership of the state of Texas is words.
I'm hearing Beto Hussein O'Rourke, the cultural appropriator, is financing this. We have 15 seconds. Tell me what you know about that, and can we tag and bag him for what he's doing?
That has been alleged, and I think our Attorney General's office said they plan to investigate that. And look, if there's bribery or anything like that, that should absolutely be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. But the reality is we have lots and lots and so we should do that. I fully support it. But we have lots and lots of tools that could force the Democrats back right now if we wanted to use it, like strip them of their chairmanships, defund their offices. Hell, we haven't even taken their parking spots away. But the governor could threaten to veto all their bills if they don't. So there's lots of things we could be doing, but that we aren't. The Democrats are hypocrites. Democrats have been gerrymandering their states for over a decade. Republican states have actually been very slow to the redistricting fights to do what the voters in their states want. So Texas should do this. Quite frankly, Texas should have done it by now. And if to any of my colleagues still listening in Illinois, hiding behind Governor Pritzker, get your ass home.
Brian Harrison, Texas Congress Representative, Northern Texas. God bless you. Thank you for that fire in your belly. Love you. I'm grateful you were able to come on in Chicago this morning.
Great to be with you, my friend. God bless you all.
You too, brother. All right, coming up next, it's Open Mic Friday. We go nuts. Call in now. We'll be popping your calls off coming up next. 312-642-5600, 312-642-5600. Every line is open. You better get in now on AM 560. The Answer. Chris in for Dan.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
Your show keeps me alive during the week. There's nobody I'd rather listen to between 5 and 9 in the morning than you guys.
On AM 560, The Answer.
Wow. At the time of this being written, both gold and silver are up some 40%. That's 40% in just 1 year. In fact, this past year, gold has broken all-time historic records by hundreds of dollars an ounce. And unlike all other financial instruments used today, that historic record goes back thousands of years. In times like these, prices have never been better on most collector and gold coins. Fox Valley Coins in Naperville is trying to keep up with demand. So they're paying the most ever on not only most gold coins and bars, but also those old coin and paper money collections. They're especially looking for the scarcer dates and higher grade coins. Take advantage of the record high market price and our huge demand now, whether you're buying or selling, or just want to find out their worth. Fox Valley Coins is the place to go. Fox Valley Coins is on Route 59, just 1 light north of I-88 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
AM 560. The Answer.
Open mic! Open mic Friday! Call in now! Open mic Friday!
Wah! Are you rocking? Open Mic Friday. Couple lines open right now. 312-642-5600. 312-642-5600. We're going to kick off Open Mic Friday. By the way, it's Chris Crockett for Dan Proft. He's back on Monday on AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. David Kolsak from Turnkey IT. You go, sir.
Well, good morning, Chris. This morning I wanted to talk about privilege. I had the privilege to purchase this office building that my company resides in 1996. The purchase price was $400,000 at that time. Since then, I've completely renovated the office on the interior, and I've done some landscaping, some lighting improvements throughout the years. It's a nice place, and it's a privilege to work there, and I have pride in the aesthetic both inside and out. For that privilege, though, I get to pay property tax, right? So every 2 years, my good friend Fritz Kagi, Cook County tax assessor, gets to place a value on my property and tell me what I have to pay for the privilege of owning my office building. But since 1996, I've paid over $870,000 in real estate taxes on this building and the parking lot, and I fight them at every turn. I will make the contention that real estate taxes are one of the only things that tax unrealized gains that are completely unfair, arbitrary, and criminal. I mean, you can buy a stock and hold it, not get taxed on it until you sell it, but your home, you get taxed on it every year with an unrealized gain that they arbitrarily assess. So now I know that paying property taxes supposedly goes to pay for all those public services that we receive, police and fire protection, park district, schools, libraries, streets and sanitation, etc. My school districts are terrible, so I can't send my kids there. I'm a law-abiding citizen, so I rarely need to call the police. So basically, I'm being shaken down by a mafia that just takes and takes, and if I don't pay what they say, they'll take my property. And I know I'm not the only one who's in this situation. We're all in Illinois, and in a lot of states are in that. It's a privilege to own your home or an office or real estate for that matter. The problem is that it's not sustainable, and people are moving out of Illinois like crazy. I hear people calling to this show every day, and they're from Orlando, they're from Dallas, they're from Phoenix, you name it. Those people are the lucky ones who were able to get out of the state, but still they long to know what's going on here in this miserable state that we call home. So I'm not complaining because I love living here with my family, my friends, my coworkers, my customers, but that privilege comes with a price, and so far I've been able to pay for it. But it's ridiculous, and there's no end in sight. I suppose I could live in a different state like Texas or Florida for 6 months a year and claim residency, and that wouldn't change the fact that the state keeps placing arbitrary values on the real estate that I own, and they shake me down for hundreds of thousands of dollars each year and giving me very little in return. I could have bought my office building 3 times over in just 30 years. Now think of that on top of a mortgage, and you wonder where all your privilege went. It's almost inescapable, and it's a wonder that anyone has anything to their name. People are hurting, and our wonderful, caring, compassionate government keeps bloating. Screw you, pay me. It's maddening. And they spend it so foolishly. I see the bloat in my village, at the schools, in the parks. They literally spend like sailors. You need a new parking lot? Go for it. A new city hall? That's fine. A new administration building for the schools that my kids never went to? Sure, it's only $30 million. And I'm sick and tired of hearing about the privilege. Privilege is living in public housing and calling people oppressors while they pay your bills. I'm done pretending that any of this BS makes sense. You want to talk about real privilege? Real privilege is wearing $200 gym shoes when you've never worked a day in your life. Privilege is walking around with $300 Beats headphones while you're living on food stamps and public assistance. And it's paid for by people who wake up and grind every day. Privilege is having the latest smartphone with unlimited data and having zero idea of where the bill goes because somebody else is always picking up the tab. Privilege is being able to protest every little thing that offends you without worrying about calling in sick to work because you don't have a job. Privilege is being able to cheat, lie, and fail over and over in life and still get bailed out while people who play by the rules get punished. That's privilege. It's not about race. It's not about class. This is about accountability. We have a culture that rewards victimhood and demonizes work ethic and responsibility. Meanwhile, the people holding everything together for the rest of society get taxed into the ground. Their businesses get choked by regulation, and they get personally vilified for speaking up and saying that this is all BS. And you want to talk about privilege, then start with the people who've never paid the price but also scream the loudest because they've never had to build anything. They've never had to defend anything. They've never had to carry any real weight. And the reason that they get away with it is because we don't live in a society of strong men anymore. No, that's been dismantled on purpose over the last 50 years because a society of strong men would never put up with this. And that's exactly why they came after us first. So when I see these legislators fleeing Texas and coming to our lovely gerrymandered dysfunctional state, I laugh. It's just a big club, and I'm not in it, and they smear our faces in it. I'll get off my soapbox now, but somebody needs to know that there are plenty of great, hardworking people here in this state that could use somebody to get in there and kick the likes of Fatty McButterpants square in the ass. We're just sick and tired of being privileged. So have a great weekend.
David Kolsak, you kicked butt. You took names from Turnkey IT. Thank you, brother. All right, there he goes. Now, Open Mic Friday. Lines are full, but you can chime in and get in. This will go very fast. We will have room for you. I am excited to see and very proud to see many Chicagolanders calling in, and they want to talk about WNBA dildos and the dildo gate. There were 2 more dildos thrown last night in Chicago. What's crazy is I was filling it in Phoenix yesterday morning, and there was a dildo thrown there, and the guy was arrested, 18-year-old man. And one of the questions I've been asking is, who is this man to you? Especially including the man last night. Who is this man to you? Hero? To me, he's a hero. To me, he's hysterical. I love these people. And the WNBA is well, it's not my turn to rant. It's your turn. So let's go. I'll stop. I could go forever. Rick in Downers Grove. Go!
Hey, good morning. Hey, yeah, this is about the WNBA dildo thing and how you're trying to get the T-shirt cannons to shoot dildos in the audience. Well, you got to make the dildos out of the Nerf ball material. That way you can hit somebody right in the puss, and it won't hurt them no matter how big it is.
Okay, this is beautiful. Okay, so you're saying what we said earlier for those who didn't miss it. You're saying earlier I said, listen, instead of the dildos being thrown onto the court from everywhere, which is absolutely brilliant and hysterical, I love it. They're taking bets. There are more bets put down now, according to Polymarket, on dildos, whether a dildo will be thrown on the court and what color it will be, than they are in the game because nobody watches these stupid games except for Dildo Gate. So you're saying, like I said earlier, instead of the dildos flying into the court, why don't they shoot them out from the court? Shoot out free dildos. One of them can have a barcode on it where you win a free trip to California or New York or something. Well, you want to go there? To Mexico. I don't know. You want to go there either. Anyways, brilliant, Rick. Thank you for your take. Dildo Gate lives on. You too, brother. It lives on. Let's do another Dildo Gate call. We have, it says the Prime Minister of Ireland from Ogden Dunes, Indiana. You are on AM 560 The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer, Open Mic Friday.
Chris Kroc, C. Kroc, K-R-O-K.
Yes!
I once saw you on the street, and I said, now that's a crock.
Aye.
Now, Chris, with a name like that, my tip to you is think Yiddish, act British. Now, I would like to weigh in on this WNBA controversy, but first I wanted to reach out to our vacationing host and ghost from the coast, the one and lonely perspicacious Dan Proft. He wanted me to note the funeral of the steamship SS Osborne, and so I quote the Devil's Dictionary to you, Mr. Kroc.
Yes.
And I explained the cultural difference between the Shanty Irish and your lace curtain Irish. Now, do you know about these two?
No, I'm a Polak from Chicago.
Well, your lace curtain Irish, they will always remove the dishes from the kitchen sink before peeing in it. But
Thank you.
I would like to make
what's your dildo gate comment for the WNBA? I want to hear about that.
I would like to make a few WNBA controversy. These plastic statues of the male member being thrown out onto the cart. You, Chris, you missed the real reason why this is occurring. It is not a hate crime to throw the dill pickle. It is rather an envy crime. It's an envy crime. Everyone knows that all Sparks fans and female WNBA players envy the prodigious size of your average NBA players' male, what we call phallus. I do not speak. I'm not talking about Muggsy Bogues or Spud Webb. However, it is widely known that all professional sportsmen in any of these sports in America, they are very gifted in the Midtown area of their charts. And in legal circles, it is widely acknowledged that if O.J. Simpson had truly been given a trial by his peers, it wouldn't have been a hung jury. It would have been a well-hung jury.
You know, that's I want to tell you this. That was remarkable analysis, I have to say. That was remarkable analysis.
Thank you.
Thank you very much from the Prime Minister of Ireland. God bless you, my friend. I'm going to favor the Dildo Gate calls this morning, but there's a lot of others. Let's go to Tom in Blue Island. You're on AM 560. The Answer, Open Mic Friday.
Chris, good morning. So, Chris, I know the people that listen to this station believe in freedom, and it's why we listen to this station. The discussion you had about Cincinnati is a circumstance in which freedom doesn't exist there. And I understand the underlying point that's trying to be made is that people should be able to go wherever they want and associate. You want to go to a stupid jazz fest in Cincinnati at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning? That's fine. The woman should never have been touched, but the reports are this guy hit somebody. So listen, if you're at Cincinnati at 2 o'clock in the morning and you punch somebody, don't be surprised if you get an overreaction from a community that's not interested in your white privilege, as we talked about on the station.
Real fast. There is no report that I have seen anywhere about somebody slapping somebody or hitting somebody first.
That's right. Well, that's why I qualified it, Chris. It may or may not be true, but here's the point.
It's not true.
Okay, let's say for argument's sake it isn't true. This guy's in downtown Cincinnati getting drunk at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Is that not okay?
I used to love going downtown. I've lived in Chicago my whole life. I used to love going downtown to Chicago on the weekends and drinking with my buddies and stuff. I'll bet you know why we don't anymore, Chris.
Because you don't want to get beaten down or robbed or mugged?
Because I don't want to get beaten down. Now, I understand the other side of this. Like I said, freedom. We ought to be able to go and do whatever we want. No. The afternoon host on this show talks a lot about a national divorce, and we have reached a point where we're going to need a national divorce. But the point I want to make with your brother is this. To the whiteys out there that think they're going to go down to jazz fests and blues fests and get drunk till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, number one, you best keep your mouth shut. And two, I wouldn't recommend you go hit somebody, even if he did or didn't.
All right, I'm going to let you go. He did not hit somebody. You're stuck on that. Number two, we have a damn right in this country to go wherever the hell we want. And I'm not going to back up saying something like, well, if you're white, don't go downtown. We have a damn right to. Now, you got to exercise discretion, but I will not stand for a side that says, oh, if you're white, you can't go to Jazz Fest. If you're white, you can't go to Blues Fest. Absolutely not. That's victim blaming, brother. Appreciate your call, but, man, no thanks. Hard pass on your take there. Let's go to John in Mundelein. You're on AM 560, The Answer, Open Mic Friday.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. We disagree, but I hope you'll let me make my point.
You're not allowed to disagree with me.
Conversation.
That was a joke. Go ahead.
I'm not allowed to disagree with Dan Prof. So,
it's a joke. Go ahead.
I listened to the conversation about the call for gerrymandered new Republican districts in Texas. I know it's based on the belief that Republicans are unfairly represented in the legislative branch. The problem with that claim is that not only, for instance, in the Senate, because it's not a democratic institution, like even the state of Wyoming, a red state that is the least populated state, I believe, they have 2 senators, and it's the same as in California. 2 senators from California, the most populated state, they represent millions and millions more people, but they have the same authority, the same representation in the Senate.
Yes, they should.
But
they should.
In reality, I know, I understand that's how it works, but in the House, the reality is that even as the minority party, even as having fewer representatives, the Democrats, based on the population of the districts they represent more Americans than the Republican majority. So the idea that Republicans are somehow disproportionately underrepresented in the House is a lie. It's a lie.
No, it's not. Hold on. It's not true.
Dude.
Let me give you facts.
Represent more people.
Okay, hold on a second. Relax. Let me give you. Okay, relax. It's time for me to comment on this, and then you can comment on my comment. You're wrong. The facts are very simple. In the state of Illinois, 44% of Illinoisans voted for Trump. 44%. Yet 82% of the congressmen in Illinois are Democrats. You have a 38-point gap. In Texas, where we have a 10-point gap right now. We have literally a 10-point gap, and you have a 38-point gap. You're 4-1 on how fair your state is with people versus votes versus congressmen. Number two, when we redistrict here, and we will still have a 23% gap, which will be 15 points better than yours in Illinois. So I'm going to tell you to stick a fork in it. You're done. Appreciate your call. Let's go next to... let's go to Chuck in Delavan. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, I only got the 45th annual Art in the Park up here in Lake Geneva. Tonight, you got Big Al Wetzel at the Corn and Brat Fest. Starts at 8 o'clock till 6 p.m. And I'm not talking about dildos. Have a great weekend.
Oh, come on. Wait. Could we throw the Brat on the WNBA court? Could we throw a lime green? Can we throw a lime green brat on the WNBA court? That is my question. Think about it. Speaking of that, let's go to Owen in Willowbrook. You have another hot take on WNBA dildo gate.
Hi. Instead of throwing dildos on the NBA court, can they let a real dildo like LeBron James play in the WNBA?
Well, women are men and men are women. I mean, they can be one. And but let me ask you this: what do you like? Do you like the idea of the WNBA seizing the moment, instead of dildos being thrown on the court, they shoot dildos out in the air cannons into the crowd?
Oh, you better wear eye protection.
That's what she said. Hell! All right, let's go to Des Plaines. Jennifer.
Hi, I have a question. I live in the 27th senatorial district for the state of Illinois, and my state senator is a retired CEO from Citibank, and I would just like to understand, how does that happen?
Well, I think
a Citibank CEO doing as my state senator?
He bought a seat, probably.
Do you really think that's possible?
In Illinois? Do you need to ask that question?
Well, do you think it's possible that Pritzker actually wanted somebody like him to help, grease the wheels?
I'll tell you this. I'm sure they know each other, and since they're both Democrats, I'm sure they know what's going on. Other than that, I don't know. But God bless you in Des Plaines. Let's talk to Rich in Indian Head Park.
Hey, good morning, Chris. How you doing today?
Good, sir. How are you?
What I wanted to say is they constantly attack Trump for what he's trying to do to help this country and to stop things around the world and make things better. Shouldn't they be looking at the job that he's trying to do to clean up the mess that Biden caused in the last 4 years? Why do they keep attacking him for that and Biden gets a pass?
Because Trump, and I'm going to quote Home Depot co-founder Tom Langone, who was very much against Trump and was very much not a Trump supporter vocally and didn't vote for him. But yet he was on Squawk Box a couple of weeks ago, and he said his mind has been changed, that he believes Trump will be one of the most consequential presidents and successful presidents in the history of America, and that he was wrong about the tariffs, that Trump is right, and he thought he was wrong, but he has changed his mind. They are doing these things to Trump because they knew more than even I knew before all this has gone down how effective and amazing of a president he would be. They saw something that I didn't understand until, I don't know, midway through the first term or early in the first term, but more so now. I do believe to this very moment that God purposely had Trump sit out for those 4 years so that he can, even though he's won 3 times, so that he would become an even better president, so that he would have the time to plan out and lay out what's going to be an incredible next 3.5 years. This man is en fuego, and he's incredible. That is why all this is happening, because he's so good they want to stop him. He is too damn good. There are a couple lines open. This is Open Mic Friday. Get on the phone. What are you doing? And I want more Dildo Gate calls. Where are more of the people who want to talk about last night, 2 dildos thrown on the court in Chicago at the WNBA, and then the day before, a guy in Phoenix. By the way, the funniest thing in the world is I was filling in Phoenix yesterday morning when a guy was arrested for throwing a dildo on the court in Phoenix. The next day I come in, I'm doing Chicago this morning, and another dildo 2 dildos were thrown on the court in Chicago. The dildo throwers are following me when I'm on the radio. This is a conspiracy. I want to recount. We have several lines open. Chime in now. Where are you? Open Mic Friday, 312-642-5600, 312-642-5600. Let's go to David in Winnetka.
Hey, good morning. Just 2 points here. The dildo thing, if they want that to stop, they should just let Angel Reese take one to center court and use it. And it will stop right then and there. With this the whole thing in the last, since the BLM, nobody was accountable for any cleanup. There was no arrest made. There was no this. Then we have things like the Safety Act coming in. The blacks are just running rampant thinking, all right, hey, there's no consequence. So we're just going to do whatever we want. But it's getting to the point of 2 things. One, there needs to be a WLM, a White Lives Matter movement started. We need rebel rousers on white persons, representing a white person saying, hey, man, enough. We're not taking this anymore. It's just absolutely insane.
Let me ask you a question about the WNBA Dildo Gate. What about maybe having an autograph session where they could autograph dildos? Would that help? Will that help stop the controversy and stop it happening?
Actually, if that were the case, I might start showing up for games.
I mean, if you can't beat them, join them, right? Appreciate your call on Open Mic Friday. We have a couple lines open. Chime in right now. I'm giving preference to people who called in who want to call in Dildo Gate with the two dildos thrown yesterday, WNBA last night at the game in Chicago. Let's go first to Steve. Steve, you're on the northwest side.
Good morning. Listen, I wanted to make a comment about what that guy that called and complained about his property tax or his building. He's partially right, but I think there should be no property tax at all. To me, I call it the existence tax. They're taxing you to live on your property. I don't think there should be any kind of property tax unless you're making money off that property like that guy is.
Let me ask you a question. Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead.
Well,
you're a young guy, right?
Kind of not.
All right, pick anybody. You're a kid. You're a young guy. You get married. You have kids. You raise a family. You buy a home. You live in a home your entire life. Now the kids go to college. They get jobs. They move out. Right? Now it's you and the wife. But now your portfolio collapses. The economy collapses. You can't pay your property tax. It's either pay that property tax or eat cat food for the rest of your life, or they're going to take your building. That's improper. That's wrong. That's morally wrong.
I'm going to tell you, cat food's not that bad. Just kidding. But I want to say this. One thing I'll say. How would you fund the government as far as the roads? Real fast, relax.
Okay.
How would you fund the government, meaning the roads, the police, etc.? And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, how would you do that then?
That's not my problem. I pay these guys, these so-called politicians, big money with a lot of perks. They're supposed to be smarter than the rest of us. Well, let them figure it out.
Wait a minute.
They're in office.
Where would the money come from to fund roads or cops, water, sewer?
Let them figure it out.
Can you give them a clue how they would come up with money to fund the existence of your city?
I don't know.
Okay, well then I guess you answered my question. You don't know. Oh my gosh, look at this. I got a call in from Austin, Texas, which is 3 hours south of me in the car. Hello, Kevin.
Hello, sir. Yeah, Austin,
what is up?
Texas.
What is up, my brother?
So not much. A couple of things. So on the Dildo Gate thing, it's I think the WNBA now it's kind of analogous to what's been happening to the Republicans in Illinois. The WNBA has been getting the shaft, and now that the balls are in their court, it's up to them and how they're going to respond to this situation. Does it make any sense?
You've made so much sense. You've literally made so much. You literally took it and put a cherry on top. The balls are in their court. I got it.
And they got the shaft.
They got the shaft. Did you see the WNBA proposed mascot?
I have not, but what I do want to comment on is that just the endorsement opportunity.
It is a lime green dildo with a man in the dildo costume, and that could be the WNBA's mascot. What do they call him? Dildy? Go ahead, please.
Well, just think of the endorsement opportunities. I mean, I think this is something that some of the WNBA players can really
run with it. Run with it.
Get their hands on.
Run with it. Literally. Hold on. They can literally get their hands. Oh!
Thank you very much. Now, another thing, as far as the property taxes and that type of thing, and then we've got to get good leaders in for Republican leaders. The way that's going to happen is, and I know Tom from Blue Island gave me a hard time a while ago, as far as people getting involved. People need to get involved at the precinct level. Do they even know who their precinct captain is?
You're right.
If there is one.
You're right.
What is it? Coyne in DuPage County, who's the chair there. How many precinct chairs are empty in DuPage County? They need to get the act together. This is now the off season. That's when championships are made. It's when the off season, when you pick your players,
well played,
you develop
brother.
your team and that type of thing. Now is the time for Republicans in Illinois to get organized and active. And you know what? It takes 3 hours. The minimum is just 3 hours a month in your precinct. Get on a text chain with the people that you live in, with your neighbors and that type of thing. Identify who's out there.
All right.
I mean, and there are all sorts of ways to do that to get involved. I really believe you can flip Illinois.
Why? This is not a negative; it's a positive. Why are you in Austin? You live there now?
Why I'm in Austin? Because my wife was here when I met her. I actually grew up in Oak Park, Illinois. We went to grade school together. I hadn't seen her for 25 years. Reconnected. She was smart and moved down here before I did. I just followed her.
Awesome. What part of town are you in?
I live in Cedar Park, which is just north of Austin. So I'm actually in Williamson County, which is like DuPage County to Cook. Williamson is is DuPage. Now the thing is that Williamson County went Democrat, but they got a new Republican chair. Her name is Michelle Evans. You should have her on the show if you ever do this show again. And how she took back.
Kevin, I got to go, but I will never do this show again. They will never allow me to do that. After Dildo Gate, I'm out. I'm going to be a consequence of the Dildo Gate episode. I'm going to be a casualty. I took one for the team today. WNBA dildos for Nick on the Northwest side. Go.
Hey, thank you. I'm so honored to be able to talk about this.
This is a very important. It's a hard topic. It's a very hard topic to talk about.
Yeah, let's not be too specific. Yeah, don't they have security at these games? You got people go through your backpack. Don't they ask a guy like us, sir, what is that in your pants? There? Is that a dildo, or are you just happy to see me? I mean,
exactly right.
Some kind of way of checking it.
Let me ask you, the drums are getting to work out today. Are you proposing that the WNBA security pat down for dildos now? Add that in? Okay. I don't know how they catch that. You got to be very careful on that. Let's go to David in Lansing.
Good morning, Chris. Great show. I just first want to say I usually vote Republican, sometimes Libertarian. I support RFK Jr., all his stuff he's doing with food and the FDA. And I'd also like to say that many of the fruits and vegetables I have are not genetically modified. I have non-GMO corn chips in my pantry, and I'd like to end by saying I have good genetics in my pantry, in my refrigerator.
That's racist. You can't say that. Second of all, don't talk about good genes. No, that's racist. Racist.
What?
We lost him. He's a consequence of Dildo Gate. It's terrible. John in Hoffman Estates, close us out. Joe, you got 10 seconds. Go.
How do other states fund the government with half the property taxes, number one, and number two is if the dildo falls out of their panties, is it worth more?
That's a great question. I mean, honestly, that is exactly how I was hoping we would end this show. A prescient question, a deep question to take us into the weekend. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. I want you to follow me on social media, on Twitter, Facebook, etc., at Chris Kroc Show, at Chris Kroc Show, CHRISKROK. See you for the next fill-in on Chicago's Morning Answer, AM 560, WIND Chicago.
It's a plan Hamas calls a war crime. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
The key principles are these. 1, Hamas has to lay down its arms. 2, Gaza has to be demilitarized. 3, all the hostages have to be released.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Fox. The Security Cabinet has approved